So what we're gonna go ahead and do now is, since we finished up with what we were doing in Stardew Valley, is we're gonna go ahead and pop in on our Survivor Man challenge, which is an absolutely fun challenge you've been doing, where you start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and you build up from there. And for those who haven't checked out Sentient Cookie, hasn't been streaming lately, but when they have been streaming, they've been streaming stuff like Guild Wars 2, RimWorld. I want to say you played Fallout on your channel as well. So definitely some good stuff over there. But hasn't happened in a while. But when they do stream, it's a fun time over there. Lot of chaos with the cookie. Stardew as well, if you remember correctly. I think you're right. I vaguely recall that. Yeah, Starfield. I do remember you playing Starfield as well. It's been a while. But yeah, so with this challenge, what we've got going on, so we started the game where I'm not allowed to take loans or leases. We started with no money. We gave ourselves a chainsaw, one section of land, and the reason we did that is that's the minimum to be able to do literally anything. So we started with, we also gave ourselves this bus. This is just to fast forward time. We were running with almost no mods when we started. We've slowly picked up a couple mods. I also gave myself this truck, but we also had the rule that I'm not allowed to sell the truck. And that's because the place where we actually sell our goods is way over there. And so, you know, I'd go, this whole hill had trees on it, we'd cut them down. And watching me carry log by log all the way over there from a content creation side on the streaming side would be what people would refer to as an absolutely awful time. And honestly, I don't need to babysit you working this. But where we left off with this, I was working on getting our wheat and all that pulled up. And so for right now, oh, I should have done the courseplay thing. We the big change we made since the last time I streamed, or sorry, not the last time I streamed. But the big change we made the last stream is I do now actually have a semi. So I can load up pallets and I can do all these things and it not be a whole big thing. Eventually we'll make it so we can haul our water with that and a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's where we're at for right now. Yeah, and I should have taken the time. So is there a little dinky truck gone now? I mean, we still have like the tiny little truck, but we now have the big semi to deal with a lot of things we need to do around here. Yeah, so right now what we're working on is I am working on getting the, we got our canola pulled up. We are currently pulling up our wheat to drop that in to make flour for our bread and all that. But with that truck, we have made a lot of progress so far as stuff. We still have another $50-something thousand in the bank. So once I get everything planted, we'll be good there. Assuming we get a similar payout to last time, it means we should have over $200,000 once we get paid again. And so we're in that phase of the game where it's just every year, it's like, all right, here's our new piece of equipment, here's our new plot of land, whatever we want to go with. But one thing I need to be working on a little bit as we go through this is I did grab Courseplay for last stream, and we've only begun messing with it. And all Courseplay I'm using it for personally is the AI in this game is really, really not smart. Really, really bad at what they do. And what Courseplay lets me do is, instead of just saying, AI, go do the work, I can pop in and say, here, AI, this is the route I want you to take. That way it doesn't miss random sections of field or whatever. I can actually intervene and manually say, hey, this is what I need you doing. Because the hope is I will be able to record, like, spraying the field with a giant sprayer one time and actually be able to have the AI do that job. Because right now they just can't. You hand it over to them, they start it and they go, and they walk away. Because the AI is really not smart. Alright. But yeah, so this play's coming along in quite a ways. I mean, we literally started with just a hill with trees on it. We cut it down. Eventually, we were able to use that money to get ourselves some greenhouses up and running. We used the greenhouses to give ourselves a bunch, you know, get our like early initial money, and it took us a while. I kind of like I believe we have all the streams, like all the VODs from this on YouTube. I'm trying to think back to how long it took us to get any actual fields up for farming. I want to say it took us a good couple years, if I remember correctly. That, like, the very first year, we just hacked down all the trees. We got the greenhouse. Oh, no, you know what? It may have taken a little bit less time, because if I remember, we had the better greenhouses that we went, oh, we need to not use these. They're not balanced. It was stuff that came with the map. We were using a different water tower and everything when the map started. I'm like, oh, this water is free and instantaneous. Hang on, this needs to go. Like, water's not that expensive. But we sat there, we switched over to these greenhouses, and we got ourselves set up with some basic equipment. And we've just been building up from there. We're at the phase in the game now that literally every harvest I'm getting myself more map or more piece of equipment. That's something you'll end up checking out on YouTube as well? Well, thank you. Yeah, for those who don't know, I do have... Nowadays, it's every one of my VODs goes to YouTube. Like... Barring, I think I've had one sponsored stream where they said, hey, like, we don't want you to keep the VOD for this. Which is a weird ask, because normally what you get asked when you have a sponsor is like, hey, we expect you to keep this VOD available for at least 30 days or whatever the time frame is. But there was one VOD that there was some IP involved, which is why I think it was. They're like, hey, no VOD for the stream. It's like, okay. But that's been, like, almost 2 years that we had that. I understand that was another thing for, there was a Disney game that came out for a lot of the people. They asked them to not record a VOD for whatever reason. Which, again, I think it's a licensing thing, probably, that the VOD would be considered like some separate license or some nonsense. And just to avoid it, like the complexity or whatever, they're like, just don't. To be fair, on Twitch, not many people watch VODs. It's not no one, but it's a pretty small number. Let's see, you already had 4 fields when you started watching your streams. Yeah, for 4 fields, yeah, it'd have been the wheat fields you've got now. Because the sorghum came later. Yeah, so we've got the harvester doing its thing, getting our wheat. Meanwhile, I've got the blue tractor doing everything it can to get the fields cultivated and all that. Because I believe next in-game month I need to replant the canola, which I'm hoping the same exact pathing I used for the cultivator, I'm hoping I'll be able to use that for the planter, sorry, the seeder as well. Because that'll be our first time testing where I've set up a course play on a field. You still had the first seeder one, and going, God, was it slow? Oh yeah, so this is perfect example of why I've got course play. So like that field there, it actually can get that if it tries, but it doesn't. But that's fine, we can deal with it. But yeah, no, at the beginning of this run, because money is such a major restriction, we got like the absolute minimum seeder to get off the ground, which is like 3 meters wide, versus the one we have now is like 18 meters wide. We had the smallest harvester, which is like 6 meters wide, versus, again, I think that one's like 16, 20 meters wide. We had this tiny little 2 meter wide, or it's like 1.5 meter wide plow or whatever we had to do the entire field with. Until, you know, then we managed to get our cultivator now, which our cultivator's like 28 meters wide or some nonsense. Or no, I don't think it's that big. And so it's just like one of those things that there's all that. And early on, we couldn't even fertilize the fields. We just did not have sprayers or equipment to do it.
Vote for Mayor Lewis in your next mayoral election, and don't ask about the golden statue of me in Town Square.
But I want to ask. Why did you not keep going into cruise control? Alright. Yeah, and I don't see that. I don't think we'll be doing more Stardew Valley in the immediate future. There is a possibility we come up with some new challenge or something that maybe it comes back. I wouldn't be against that. That said, I don't know of another challenge I'd want to do off the top of my head. Because we did what was effectively moving in the... You created the Sunhaven update? I know, I'm waiting for it. It's still beta, and my understanding is a lot of the stuff that's going to be ultimately in it, but not all of it. If you remember correctly, the big wheat field was originally 2. Yes, that wheat field in front of us was originally 2 separate wheat fields because we're like right on a cell border here, or whatever, a plot border. So I had made the first field like kind of up close to the edge of where it cut off, and then when I got the next tile, I grabbed the next one kind of thing. Can't tell if you're running or not. You also the Cyberpunk art DLC, but you're not paying $15 for a cosmetic DLC. That is fair. Yeah, I think for me the update I'm the most excited for game-wise is I'm most excited for Coral Island because that is a really big update for the game, like way bigger than I thought it was going to be. And so I'm pretty excited for that. And the Sunhaven update I'm looking forward to a lot. It's a pretty big one. And then the other big update is there's a third one we have going on. It's got a big update dropping soon. The Coral Island and Sunhaven were 2 of the giant ones that I'm waiting on. I'm blanking what the third one was, because it's been a weird thing on the channel that like I was all excited. We were supposed to be doing Coral Island this week, because they've got the beta of their update. It's a playtest, to be clear. It's a beta version, but it's a playtest of the beta before they start rolling it out for people to actually get normally. But they turned around and they said, "Hey, you know what? For this playtest, we'd really like it if we'd really prefer you not stream it." And the devs have been nothing but wonderful. So I was like, you know what? Like, if it was a different group, I would potentially be like, nah, man, you let me know this way too late. But in this particular case, I'm like, no, in this particular case, I'm going to, honor that and all that. My time at Sandrock? Maybe. I did my time at Sandrock previously, and I enjoy the game. I will say it's one that it never had great viewership, and it did have like kind of declining viewership. But I did see it's getting a major update, or yeah, it got a major update, and they even had the devs from Sandrock reach out, basically like, hey, we'd love to see you play this. Not as like a sponsor thing, but they're like, hey, just in case it's like not on your radar, we'd love to see you play this since you played our game before. That's one I could see hopping in. Part of the problem with my time at Sandrock from a content creator's perspective, it is a very long game. Like, for this type of game it is a surprisingly long game, which is good. Like, especially as a consumer, it's nice when you spend money and you get way more than you anticipated. But it's also a game that just takes a long time to get through. Man, I did, it's probably like 4 streams of it, maybe? Going by memory, it's like 3-4 streams of it. And when we first started, people seemed to be fairly receptive of it. But like I said, it's kind of one of those games that it fell off, and we had like 2 or 3 streams that it just kind of stayed down. And is like, okay. And that could just be like your channel's vibe or whatever. It's just not a good fit. I do wonder a lot of times if it's because of how wide a range of games I play on my channel that makes it much harder for a lot of games to survive with good viewership past like the it's fresh new for the channel kind of thing. That I've just got I've got I've got within my audience a bunch of different like subset of what people want. So it kind of makes me try and find games that scratch enough of those itches out there that like, okay, it scratches the simulation itch enough, it scratches the slice of life itch enough. And there's games that do that. I could honestly see getting a game like this and just kind of adding the slice of life stuff onto it. You need to have a lot of other stuff because there's so much you expect with slice of life, like the museums and all that. But like make the farming not what you're used to, which is the classic, you know, you hoe, you put down the seeds, you water it, like you do that all by hand. But like making it a more reasonable type of farming where it's like, okay, you don't just grab your hand plow, but like you either get like a horse-drawn plow or something else. And there's a good chance this will be the last time this tractor is going to be dealing with this. When we get our next payout, I'll probably get the really, really big crop trailer for the semi. And then this trailer will likely be completely retired. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we don't need to worry about that right now. We've got this harvesting, and that's all good news. Actually, as I recall, our payout this year is going to be a little bit lower. I just remembered we had some of these fields needed to be limed last year, and I didn't have the money. And I believe it was these 4 wheat fields. So these 4 wheat fields are going to have like 10-15% lower yield than they would normally otherwise have. So for the moment, I'm going to take this trailer, I'm going to drop it off, and I'm going to grab our trailer that we load up the lime in and start getting some of these fields limed. Because as small as these other fields are, I believe I can literally load up the entire field into that harvester. Because you need to be limed, right? Yeah, you need lime. Just checking the sales. If we do see rollers on sale, I could potentially see snagging a roller. At some point, I might consider using it. The downside is the roller does add a whole extra process to a field that only gives you like 5-10% more yield when you do either your 1 or your 2 passes. So it gives you more of it, but it's a lot of work that the profit you get on the other side of it isn't really that much. Where is... There it is. Okay. Because the big things we want to purchase right now is we would like to get a bigger tractor. I've got the one big tractor we're using, but I could really use the second one. So like while that's cultivating, instead of trying to limp along with this thing, hopefully I'll be able to get something a bit more capable. The other thing I'd like to do is get the trailer for crops and the trailer for water for the semi. Eventually we'd go for some of the other trailers too, but for the moment, those are the 2 I really need. Alright. I wouldn't entirely call it, call rolling a lot of work. Has a decent width, moves fast. You clear the average field in 5-10 minutes. Yeah, no, but the idea is it's a whole extra process. Even if it's a relatively fast process, it's a whole additional process you gotta take time to do. And very genuinely that could be time-wise costly. You know what, here's a question. I don't think that the, the sorry. I don't think that the containers of lime count as pallets. I wonder if I can put those in the truck. I've honestly not tried. But that'd be a good thing to find out, because that's the kind of stuff I'd want the truck for, is to just zip over there, grab a bunch of stuff, and race back. Because it can go 55 miles an hour, whereas most of my other equipment is, you know, teens to 20s to 30s at the most. Alright. I've got one more field to do. But then I need to lime all the fields. And then after we lime all the fields, then we're just good until it's time to plant. Alright. But yeah, so this has definitely been a deliberately slow burn run that we get, like, where normally a run you could, like, buy all the equipment you need to do an entire field in one day. Craven saying, with the autoload mod, trailers will pick up pallets, liquid containers, and bags. You don't know about sapling pallets. Yeah, but this is the whole point of this thing, is just for dealing with the pallets and all that, shifting them around, that kind of thing. Because before I was having to drive up here at, like, you know, 15 miles an hour, dragging the trailer really slowly and getting slowed down the hill. That said, I can absolutely roll this thing if we get it going fast enough. Alright, so let's go here. I need containers. Let's go to lime. And I should be able to store an absolutely obnoxious amount of stuff in here. Which is the reason I got it. Should be a massive upgrade from what we were using before. It does not appear to be loading here. I'm actually not getting the option for the auto load, which could be a potential big bummer if this doesn't work. Because it says loading filter any, container type empty. We have open the back door. Open the side. There's no side to open. Like, I'm not even seeing the option up there for when it comes to loading stuff up. Yeah, because the only controls I have are I have the control to open this back door. UI, you think changes side to open? So what would be U for everyone else? I'm pushing something and it's switching it. Yeah, I'm hitting a button there and it makes it appear, but that's not helping. Keep in mind, I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, so I gotta think about where that even is on a normal keyboard. Yeah, because it's like I pull up to this, and it was flashing for a moment. Maybe it's this trailer? That's what I'm thinking, is maybe this specific trailer isn't the trailer for, like, the autoloader. We'd pull up here. Like, you hit that button, it flashes for just a second, but then it doesn't do anything. And I think it's trying to do stuff with it, but it doesn't know what to do with it. Could be that Lime doesn't work with this. Let's take a quick look at the trailers. So you had the same issue with autoloader, because F1 menu only shows the set number of commands. And you can't change what it shows. Gotcha. So the fact that I have, for example, the debug on there might be the issue. Because I'm pretty sure that's you, but it's not. It's tagging over and not doing anything. Let's take 2 seconds to look at our controls. So if we look at our controls real fast, all the way down here, because this is where all the mod stuff ends up. Universal autoloader. Toggle unloading side is G for me. But like it's just doing that. Horizontal loading, material type, don't care. Automatic bale collector, we're not gonna do. Pretty sure I'm hitting G. So I'm pretty sure that's my G key, but unfortunately, the control like UI here is complete garbage. I can't see what's happening. That's for unloading with the mod. This is default command for the trailer. Same as changing the tipping side of the trailer. Yeah, wondering if I can hide some of that from here. This is one of the reasons I always get... It's unfortunately that you get stuck with modding and all that. That sometimes it's really hard to work around some of these problems. I want to try and hide some of that stuff from there, but it's not looking like it. Yeah, it's the menu. Oh, I forgot guidance steering was even there. Oh, open, close, side, curtain. There we go. It was shift semicolon. Well, that was way more work than it needed to be, but we got it. But the good news is as I learn that stuff, I don't have to, like, fuss with it again. So you're only able to make it work with the sides open by trial and error. When you hit that. Don't know how you guessed that. I noticed when I pulled up the controls here that we had shift semicolon for open and close curtain side. Yeah, did I mention that thing will tip pretty easily? Because you can get some real speed going with it. Meanwhile, let's grab you. Oh, I just realized you missed like a whole stripe here. That's fine. We can probably get that before this manages to catch up through it. So I can get you all sorted here. and then sell that real fast. Not sell it, but drop it off at the grain mill. Because it's not super urgent that I managed to get the lime down today just before we plant. Let's see. You love that your farm would be valued a couple of $1 million by now, and yet still bunkering down an old bus. Yeah, it is what it is. I've come to accept that what I think is going to ultimately happen is once, eventually, I'm intending on relocating where these two fields are back here to make room for this. And I'm kind of debating building like a little neighborhood back here, and I could see putting a farmhouse in this area as like the actual farmhouse. So kind of make ourselves like a little rural town in the area. All right. I mean, I talked about putting these lights in forever, and we only did that this past in-game year. And then we'll take the semi, we'll drop off all the lime. We can get, you know, the tractor dealing with that. Okay. Yeah, because then I get a big semi-water trailer that'll probably be able to fill up both the greenhouses in one go without having to do, like, passes and all that. All right. Excuse me? There's still lime in there. Well, we'll just figure out that real quick. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, just like, I need you to not have that lime in there. The good news is this thing fills up so much, it's not that big a deal. But, that would be definitely a big problem if I couldn't get the stuff out of the front of that. But we should be relatively okay, because the plan is to take that, we'll go over to, like, drop it off the warehouse. My big concern now is seeing the way they organize the pallets on the truck. I think we're going to have the exact same problem with the warehouse that we have with the existing trailer, in that I have to do, like, 2 passes. The only difference is that it's like a new game, or part of the career section. Neither? Basically, we're doing the No Man's Land mod. We started with, like, a map that has nothing on it but a sell point and a place to buy your equipment. And we've been building up from that on extremely high, like, an extremely difficult economy setting and all that kind of stuff. So all that. But it's definitely not a new game. We're playing on the maximum difficulty economy. We started with $0, not allowed to take loans or leases or anything like that. And as a result, it has been a very, very slow climb. So you had a strange issue with autoload, although mine has been with bales. For example, a bale would become physicless after being autoloaded, but would only impact a single bale. Yeah, no, it's just the classic of like mods. They always have to bolt themselves on the top of what is already existing, which does ultimately mean you're going to run into like resource problems where they're not as efficient in resources because they're having to take what's already existing and then pile up on top of that. Or you're going to run into situations where there's performance issues in general because the game runs its way and then you kind of run your way on top of their way. And sometimes the ways you gotta like hook in to make it work get pretty dodgy. And that's not an insult to the quality of work of mods. It's the very nature of when you're building on top of someone else's stuff, then you always have to deal with those edge cases and whatnot. You finally did get some more melatonin. Was out for a while, so that kicks in. I hope so. Hey, Brady, not a whole lot. We are just working on our farm, getting this all going. Okay, so the tractor's all full of lime, so let's check on our fields and which ones need lime. I know my wheat fields need lime. I don't remember the sorghum or the canola. So canola does not need lime. Okay, so that's the good news. Is it looks like we're down to just the wheat fields needing lime. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna wait till the blue tractor is available. This tractor is definitely not up to snuff to drag that. I know we've muscled it to work anyways because when you have no money, you make do with what you got. But in this particular case, we're just gonna work with it. All right, so we do need to remember that this particular field, we're gonna go ahead and we just added course play last stream. I need to go through and help the AI out with this. So that we don't have to constantly go and fix its mess. All right. So get this field knocked out. In the meantime, our harvester is on you to drop you off. Fold you up. We'll go patch up and gas up our harvester. And then the blue tractor should be getting pretty close to done by then. We can have it quickly do a pass doing all the lime so that we get a proper yield out of these wheat fields versus this last harvest we took a penalty of about 10-15% because we pushed too far and it didn't have the money for the lime. It was worth it though. We got a bunch of equipment, we got a bunch of progress, we got our oil production online. So we over-invested and some of the day-to-day operations we had to skimp on. We'll get this all patched up, gassed up. And then it will be done being used until it's time to harvest the sorghum, which will be good. Let's check our schedule. Yeah, sorghum harvest is tomorrow. That's kind of thing. It's like we have 3 months of just hustle and do things everywhere. And then a lot of downtime. I wanna get ourselves to have more crops that we harvest in different seasons. Honestly, to me, that like we're running with the normal seasons on. Honestly, to me, that'd be the big allure of like turning off seasons a lot of this game, is because it is always one of those things that's like you have 3-4 months of just work really hard, do all your fields, and a whole lot of nothing. Which sure, it's realistic. But then it just kind of feels weird from a gameplay perspective, just going, all right, let's just rush through this other part. Okay. Get ourselves some gas. And at some point, we'll probably want to make some type of maintenance location out there. So I don't have to constantly like drive the harvester all the way back up here every year. I can just take it to the maintenance spot. I haven't had to do that in a run before, but it's not a convenient location to go to. Now, as far as our next investment crop-wise, I do think we're going to go ahead and just get more fields for the canola until we can start pushing the oil factory to actually run most of the year. But it'd probably be going after something like the sunflowers. And the reason for that is we already have 99% of the equipment we need. We just need a big planter, which will be a big investment. And we would need the other attachment for the harvester. But once we have that, we'd be able to do sunflower and everything else would just already be suited and ready. So it's an easy crop to go into. And then after all that, we would be having to figure out what is the next big thing to go. Which I don't have much that I can think of in the way of stuff that has overlapping production lines right now. Animals are definitely on the short list. But for animals, I'd probably go into stuff like grass, silage, hay, you know, all of that stuff before the animals. That way we have all that already built up and lined up, so we just get the animals and just, you know, we're just ready then. Alright. We can take our harvester back home. But yeah, so for this map, like, this road didn't exist, these fields didn't exist, these buildings didn't exist, lights didn't exist, all of this that you're seeing, it was all just open grass and trees. All like when you look at the distance, the way all that looks, that's the whole map. So every little bit of this is you make it what you will. We don't have a ton here yet so far as variety, but that's just a matter of money as we expand. Tomb's mostly asleep, so all I hear behind me is, uh-huh. Alright, so you can leave that alone. You're fine for right now. Okay, so all of the fields are cultivated. Let's take a minute to quickly put down the lime. That way, tomorrow in game, I believe we need to harvest the sorghum and plant the canola, if I remember correctly, which will also mean fertilizing and herbiciding and all that. I'm just going to drop the cultivator over here. I'm not going to worry about repairing it. The biggest penalty you get for not repairing the equipment like the cultivator and the plow is pretty much top speed. Which certainly we don't want to like get too bad, but not really an immediate concern. The tractor will definitely want to fix up before this is all done. Alright, so the fields need lime. Let's try and get that going. It's just these wheat fields that need the lime. The other fields are all good. You do your thing. Meanwhile, get you repaired. It's getting really close to time to retire this tractor. It's done as good for its little 100 horsepower. It's like we start out with the we got the 25 horsepower or whatever 12.5 horsepower tractor, whatever the littlest one is, just for very painfully dragging pallets back to the sale point right at the beginning. Then we got this one relatively early on, which made that life quite a bit easier while still being rough. But by and large, I don't have to worry about too much anymore. And I'm sure we'll have to do cleanup on where it's doing the line. We'll worry about that when we get there. All right. I do like the way this parking lot's gone out. It is one of those things. I was tempted to get a mod. I know there's mods where you can make like mark the parking spaces, but like I liked the idea of that. We'll probably need to get another warehouse. I'm just hoping that we can test out the warehouse we have with the semi-truck, and hopefully it works better than it did with the other trailer. Because like the whole way you have to like drive past it, turn around, and drive past it the other way, because it doesn't let you push your vehicle's trailer in very far, really kind of limits how useful it is. Now granted, the idea is you would take your forklift and unload the stuff little by little and yada yada yada. I just don't want to play Forklift Simulator, because that's how production lines get without autoloaders. They get very, very, very Forklift Simulator, where you're just trying to get the tractor situated while you just deal with forklift. New tractor is like the last machinery we need changed. Yep. Oh yeah, no, if we get another large tractor, we basically don't have any major equipment investments to improve what we're doing already now on our current crops. We can get like tiny little boosts, but not ones I could really justify buying. Like if it gets down to it, I wouldn't spend the money to get like the one size larger cultivator. It's only like 2 meters larger or whatever, but costing over $100,000 more than what I have. Instead, I'd be more likely to go, okay, well, we're going into potatoes. Let's go get the equipment for potatoes. Okay, we're going to go into, like, this equipment. We're going to go ahead and get that equipment. Like, whatever the thing is. I'd rather start working on setting up another production line or something. Yep. So we're saying Epic Lords has Farming Simulator for free at the moment. Got it yesterday. Yeah, for those who don't know, I think it's still up. But, right now, you can get the base game of Farming Simulator 22 for free on the Epic Store. I personally am not a fan of the Epic Store. Not for, like, moral reasons or whatever. It's just not my favorite. And I also don't like the exclusives nonsense they do. But that's a separate issue. But the base game is free on the Epic Store. Are there DLCs? Oh, yes. Yes, there is. That said, when it comes to Farming Simulator, it is a fully like complete game with no DLC. There's a very strong modding scene, but what they do is like if we look at the DLCs here, I could just take 2 seconds. Actually, let's check. Let's get this parked. I'll check on the other tractor, get it set up on the next field, and then I'll give you an idea of what the DLCs are. For the most part, the DLCs in this game are additional stuff where it's like, okay, you've got the base game, everything's fine. You can grab a DLC that like, all right, well now you've got carrots, parsnips, and that is new crops. So the DLC will give you those things. They'll give you the equipment to go with them. They'll give you the production lines to go with them. And so they're just additional crops that you can grow as like, or additional crops and products that you can make. So like, for example, the parsnips, carrots, and was it turnips? I can't remember what the third one was. There's 3 root crop, that's a DLC, and then all the equipment surrounding and all that. They also give you additional maps. There is a DLC that oh man, what was the other one before it? But yeah, there's basically, you'll get additional crops is the way to go about it. So you'll get more variety of stuff you can do on it. But like I am running all of the official DLC. I am not running, there's like pumps and hoses, and then there's like the production lines or whatever, or logistics or whatever they're calling it. Those are actually third-party DLCs sold through Farming Simulator. I haven't heard particularly good things about the third-party ones. But yeah, so if we were to look at like the stuff here, for example, so if we look at our tractors here, all the ones here, that's just vanilla, no DLC. Until you start seeing down here where you see this little name down here, that tells us it's a DLC. So there's a bunch like more tractors. But what the thing is, you actually end up worrying about like, so cotton was in the base game, sugarcane is the base game, Vegetable technology is a DLC, so like again, your carrots, your parsnips, or whatever the heck the last one was. The beets are the base game. Being able to like the grass and baling is the base game, but they do have a DLC that expands on it. Grapes are in the base game. Olives are in the base game. I want to say with the forestry stuff, there was DLC that massively expanded on it. The animals are the base game. But yeah, so you end up having a bunch of additional crops. Here's another way you can look at it. So we just look at the list of crops. Let's see, mulchers, plows, beets, potatoes. Corn I know is the base game. Sprayers, fertilizers. Honestly, I don't remember half of what is and isn't the base game anymore. But that's the whole thing. Is you notice, oh hey, you like bumped into the tiniest tree and stopped. All right. Yeah, so there's a bunch of DLCs, but all of them are like optional stuff that you're like, okay, when you're first playing, don't worry about the DLC. You can literally take the take what you're already doing in the game. And if you're like, I would like to do more, here, let me grab a DLC. You don't even need to make like a new save or anything. You can just grab where you're at, add the DLC, and then now you just have more equipment available for you to buy, which then, you know, lets you plant more stuff and harvest more stuff and all that. The only thing you'd miss out on some of the maps. But again, the modding scene, like this is a modded map, not a map from DLC. So there's all that. I shouldn't have to worry about getting this specific with the lime, but I'm doing it anyways. Alright, so let's go ahead and top off the lime. And then hit the next field. But yeah, so it is those games that if you're going to play multiplayer with other people who aren't like brand new to the game, there's a good chance you're gonna have to grab some of the DLC. Because it is one of those games, like if one person has the DLC, and it's based on the map, not people logging in. Like when you say I want to set up a server, you choose what DLC you want loaded. If they have a DLC turned on and you don't have it, you can't join. It's the same thing with the mods. If the server has a mod on it that you don't have, you have to get the mod. But if you're playing solo, or with other people who are new or willing to turn off the DLC, which a lot of people are, it's purely optional. I have no idea what the DLC situation is on Epic, because I personally own this on Steam. I have a pretty big preference for Steam over the other platform options. Like, there's certainly argument to be made for, like, GOG or whatever, but for me, Epic, there's not... The only reason I would use Epic is just to get stuff for free. And these days, with the abundance of games, I'll just pay. I don't like the Epic Store. Alright, so get the lime going down. While that's happening, I'm going to quickly eat a little bit more of my food. So I'm just going to mute the mic, do that real fast, and I'll be right back. All right, and dinner is done. Is the blue tractor considered the best tractor of the game? Oh no, not even close. The blue tractor, in all honesty, is not that amazing. So if we look at this tractor here, that's the New Holland T8.435. So we look at our promote. I wasn't unmuted. So we look at here. So we get to the New Holland. I think it's under that one. Yeah. So look at this one. It's 435 horsepower is where it tops off, which is why ours is the 0.35 or 0.435 or whatever.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Uzi Usborn.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Uzi Usborn. You have yourself some nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes, Uzi Usborn. So congratulations on that, and thank you, Darth Strider, for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, no, Uzi Usborn is a good bean. But yeah, so we were only able to get like 435 horsepower, 31 miles per hour. But if we look at this, like let's start trying to figure out where the top here is. Yeah, so this one gets up to like 670 horsepower, 692 horsepower. Like when we're looking at like all of the tractors, we're actually pretty close to kind of on the lower end of large tractors. So if we're looking at the tractors in tier of small, medium, large, we're in that highest tier, but on the bottom of it. So if you're thinking like, I don't know wrestling very well, but it's like, you know, you like medium heavyweight, we are among the smallest of the heavyweight. So it's big enough to get the work done, but we actually have a lot of upward we can go. One of the catches with some of those tractors, though, is some of those tractors do like the middle pivot thing, and I don't really like them. The one where the tractor itself has a pivot point in the middle of it. It's like in real life it makes sense and all that. In game it's just a little wonky to deal with, and it seems like the AI sometimes really struggles with it even more. Alright, Strider, if you're getting sleepy, you know, you get yourself some good rest, buddy. Thank you again for the support and hanging out and all that good stuff. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. It's good seeing you, and I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. But yeah, so I hope you had a good stream. What were we streaming tonight and all that good stuff? But yeah, so go ahead and get a shout out. For those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays like a lot of strategy games, plays like some settlement builder games, plays a lot of like simulation games, a whole bunch of that stuff. So like Dwarf Fortress, Oxygen not included, a whole bunch of other games. Good stuff over there. Playing some Foundry on the community server. Ooh, neat. I've had a couple people ask me to check out Foundry, and I haven't done it yet, but I've heard good things. Alright, Strider, you sleep well, buddy. But definitely check out Salford Sal. Absolutely fantastic. As I've also seen them do Timberborn, which is really good. One of the things I find that I really enjoy that Salford Sal does is for a lot of the games I end up getting into, I usually don't end up getting to go to kind of like the mega build projects type thing, like the really big scale ones. But lots of good stuff happens with that over in Sal's end. Like when Sal plays like Timberborn, it's not, hey, look, I got my beavers to survive. It's like, I want to make this giant mega lock system, and they'll see it through, which is fun. Or like with Oxygen not included, they had a really impressive giant setup, and all that. So definitely good times. Yeah, for the Raiders popping in, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. And when it comes to all that, I do a bunch of settlement builders, city builders, simulation, the occasional roguelike. So I've got like lots and lots of times, and for example, Project Zomboid, RimWorld, Stardew Valley. I do a lot of slice of life as well. My big claim to fame is I used to have a world record in Product Zomboid. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. I used to have a world record in Product Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed, which is 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten, but had that claim to fame for a good long time. But I don't play much PC these days. These days I end up finding myself playing a lot more RimWorld. We just finished a challenge run of Stardew Valley, what, like maybe an hour ago? That the challenge was I wasn't allowed to do business with Pierre or Joja in any capacity, with the exception of buying the bigger backpack just because no one wants to deal with that. But, that was a lot of fun. It was a relatively quick challenge because we were just going until we finished the community center, because after that point, then not interacting with Pierre and Joja doesn't really matter much anymore. It's mostly not being able to buy the seeds to get your community center done, so you have to do stuff like use the mixed seeds or make sure you're on top of visiting the travel merchant at all times to try and, you know, get lucky and get that seed or whatever you're missing and all that. You haven't checked your Product Zomboid mod collection in a while? Yeah. I'm in the situation of basically waiting for Build 42 to drop for Project Zomboid. I put over like 3,500 hours or 3,200 hours or whatever it was in it back when I was like pushing for the world record and getting it and all that. And that was over the course of not quite 2 years. So to say I burned out just a smidge. It's still a great game that I'd highly recommend. But for me personally, it's one of those things I'm trying to avoid playing it beyond like the one-off on the rare occasion until Build 42 drops, so that way I'm fresh for it, so I don't hop in and, you know, 5 minutes later I'm like, alright, I'm ready to be done. But for what we got going on right now is I'm doing some farming simulator, that we've got a big challenge going on here, that this run when we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. We're not allowed to take loans or leases. We're on the hardest economy settings, and we have built up from literally $0 to, you know, we've got our grain mill, we've got a bakery, we've got, I think we're up to 8 fields now, and some of them are getting pretty big. We've got the oil mill way over there, and so we're just little by little building up more and more and more. And so it's been a fun challenge about like very slowly getting the farm put together. When we started, you know, early on, we bought like the tiniest little plow, so we're having to plow an entire field with a plow that's like 1.5 meters wide, and then a harvester that was 6 meter wide, and planter with 3 meters wide. So it'd take me like the better part of an hour and a half just to do one field's processing because of how small all the equipment was. That said, we're at a point where we don't have the largest or best of any of the things, really, other than the cedar. The cedar we actually do have the best. For almost all of them, we've got like the second best or whatever. And so things are going pretty well with that. We've come a long way in the challenge, and it's been fun. I am a big fan of the challenges in games where you start out with kind of the minimal viable to do literally anything, and then like slowly build up from that, especially if it's a game where you can kind of very, very visibly see progression. Hey, Gilnox, how's it going? Yeah, so hopefully... Oh, you're thinking Build 42 is next month? I don't think we're that soon, unfortunately. It's hard to gauge. The last ETA we were given by IndieStone, the developers behind Project Zomboid, was that they were expecting that most likely Build 42 would be this year and probably not the holidays, is the way they kind of phrased it. So that the expectation was it'd be sometime in 2024, but probably not like November or later. Was kind of the estimate they gave. Now, I will warn people that IndieStone is a group who is very much and very vehemently in the camp of it's ready when it's ready. So, if they're not happy with the state of the game, they will absolutely delay it. I think they're doing the news, was it every other week or month now that they're doing it? the Thursdoids, which is just their own newsletter. But yeah, but they are absolutely a group who is, they are down to delay and delay and delay until they're happy with it, and I appreciate that. I actually think that is the right way to go about things, even if it can be frustrating that you're like waiting on an update, waiting on the update, waiting on the update, that kind of thing. I would rather you get the update and be in at least a relatively happy state than how many times they've gotten updates that come out and it's basically unplayable for like 3-4 weeks while they sit there and they like do the emergency hot fixes just to get it to a playable state. I would much rather just have to wait and then I get something that's in a good polished place. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you know, at least that. Or even like game releases, like how many game releases we've had that the game comes out and it's not like, oh, there's this like specific configuration of hardware that's causing us problems, or we're noticing this bug with this one video driver. You know, the stuff that's like, okay, I totally understand why that got past your QA. But like you'll have the game that has like a game-breaking bug that you cannot finish the main story, or like you hit this quest and the game just crashes out, and that kind of stuff, and how often that happens. I would just rather they take the more time to like make sure it's in a better place and it pops out. Especially early access. We've had some real messy early access games. But yeah, no, that's I don't think at any point Indie Stone themselves said first half of 2024. Indie Stone is pretty, like, honestly, them saying they didn't think it was going to be the holidays, but this year, that's actually more open about when they expect stuff to come out than Indie Stone usually gets. Indie Stone usually gets in just, hey, we're about 80% of where we think we want to be. Or, hey, we're starting to wrap up. It's not until like a month or two before an update is, like, they're like, okay, we're ready to drop it. It's not until like the last phase of testing that they usually will be like, okay, you know, we think we're going to have it for the holidays, or hey, we think we're going to have it by the end of the year. But like I said, they will also absolutely delay it, like, without even a second thought, if it's not where they want it to be. Which, again, I think is a good thing, even if it can be frustrating. So, we don't know. The last update they gave us, because originally people were expecting it was going to be like Christmas last year or whatever, or like June, July last year is when a bunch of people were going, like, there's no way. It's like, you're living in a fantasy world. There's no way. Because they would do the Thursday, it's like, we're just now introducing this fluid dynamic thing, and you're like, that's going to be a major system that's going to take them a long time to get buckled down to where they're happy with it. Like, there's no way. And it was like every couple months ago, it's like, here's a new feature we're working on. Like, if you're still introducing new features, you are not getting near release. But the last Thursday, I think the Thursday before last, they still had some features that were like still kind of in a rough state that they're still clearly working on. But it was the first time that they had a Thursday. I'm like, okay, like, of the 10 features they talked about or whatever, I'm just putting a number out there. But whatever features they're talking about, there's like 4 or 5 of these that are actually looking like they're basically done or right there. Okay, so we're now finally actually getting to the point where it's like, okay, I'm no longer saying this is nowhere near possibly being ready to, all right, it's getting there. Like, it's definitely not in a couple of weeks, probably not in the next month, but also we're not looking like 6 to 8 months out. It's feeling like it's closer. Now obviously we're getting, you know, the perspective from like what they're putting out there and all that. Maybe it's more polished than it's implied, or the other way is maybe it's in a much rougher state that's implied. Probably actually a little A and B. But just as a software developer, when you see announcements, you start kind of being able to, like, you know, you see the announcement go off, and then you think of your own experiences and where you would use the same language, terminology, whatever you want to go with, and where that would be for you, kind of thing. And it starts to give you a gauge of like where they're at. Let's see. You're looking at the Discord since you're pretty sure you didn't read the Thursdoid. Seems like it was a Reddit post by one member of the team. So it's an estimate best. Yeah, no, it was it Reddit? Is it Reddit or Twitter that one of the lead, I think it was like the lead dev, that was the most recent thing that they had said was that they expected it to be, or they would be surprised if it wasn't this year. And they didn't anticipate it being the holidays was kind of the verbiage they gave us. So they didn't commit anything whatsoever other than basically odds, like if you're betting, you have better odds saying this year before the holidays than not. And I want to say that was March or so is where I want to say it was. I'm not confident in that, but that just off the cuff estimate is about where I would have put that feedback. Because I remember within the because I'm still like connected with lots of people who are very into Project Zomboid, that's their main game and all that we run in a lot of the same circles, because while I don't play it anymore, not on a real level, you know, people know I'm going to be back when the update happens, and I still pop into a lot of those channels even though I'm not playing it really that much. You know, these are people I've built friendships up with over time that, and then, you know, for some of them, it's people that we built up, like, bantering and teasing each other and having friendly competition as well. Plenty of that. Alright. How is our greenhouse doing? I don't remember the last time I filled this up with water, and that kind of worries me. Oh, they're actually in great shape. Okay, so what else do we have to do? The sorghum doesn't get harvested till I think the next in-game day. Yeah, so you're still growing. We don't have any of our stuff to seed today. Yeah, so we seed the canola tomorrow, we seed the wheat the day after, we harvest the wheat. Okay, so next in-game day, we are harvesting the sorghum, and we are planting the canola. Cool. Hey, Lottie Bear, how's it going? Man, I'm excited for that. The games I'm most excited for in the short term is we should be seeing the Coral Island 1.1 update in the next month and a half, or sorry, the next month-ish. Assuming they don't delay it or whatever, which I don't think they will, but you get the idea. That assuming they don't delay it in any way, we should be seeing that in the next month. And Coral Island, for those who don't know, is a slice of life game, so think like Stardew Valley, that kind of stuff. I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling great now so far as energy. I'm surprised by that. I had appointments I had to deal with for like a home inspection and all of that today. And the kind of reality around that is it meant I had to wake up about 2 hours after I normally go to sleep. So I'm definitely not running on a reasonable amount of sleep right now. At the same time, pretty sure I hit that second wind that I'll probably have too much energy for a while until the second wind eventually gives up, and then I will have a whole lot of absolutely zero energy. Okay, so we got you there. I don't need you right now. I will actually need them in just a moment. Right, so we are planting the canola. No wonder you're playing Farming Simulator 22? Yeah, no, well, I mean, we started with the Stardew Valley challenge, and we literally finished it. And it's like, okay, I could start coming up with something new and trying to figure out what we're doing next and yada, yada, yada. And it's like, you know what? I don't want to really think about that right now. Let's just do some Farm Sim. All right. Farm Sim's a good time. Do I have solid fertilizer laying around here somewhere? No. We're probably okay with the solid fertilizer for this field, but I will need it for tomorrow when I go to plant the wheat. So here is the question that I'm not sure about one way or the other. We recently got Courseplay, and it's not a mod I've used much. And the reason we got it is because the AI is really not that smart. And I recorded a route on this just the other day. And I'm trying to remember for the life of me. Yep, no idea. Oh well, we'll just not worry about courseplay right now. Have a good time planting the canola. I'll have to, like, the big things I'm gonna have to clean up a lot of that after the fact. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our truck, which is one of our newest additions to our equipment. You're running a bit of energy, it seems? Just there when you need it? Yeah, no, it's a thing that'll happen to me most of the time when I'm doing stuff that can be a bit exhausting. Oh, I wonder... I'm gonna wait till that harvester gets away. I wonder with the autoloader if it matters what side it's on. Okay, so it does actually care. And I don't know what buttons it would be to do the other side. So we're gonna do this, which is probably a bad idea. I'm gonna go the whole way around up here and then drive down. We gotta take this a little slower, I'll roll. Currently playing Planet Crafter? That's, I noticed yesterday, I'm right about to 100% Planet Crafter. That we did the... Huh. There we go. Yeah, so I have to figure this out. I figured at some point we were going to move these greenhouses. Alright. Because they're all like bunched up on that rock and everything. They were just there at the beginning because I owned the tile that had this hill on it. And I was about as far in that direction as I could take them before I was no longer in the tile. Oh. And I need this tractor to go grab the trailer. Pick up the stuff. That's my next investment, is getting the tipper trailer here. Getting a big one for the semi-truck so that I can have it just sit there and basically load up an entire field in one go. Alright. Yeah, so the big things I gotta get done today is I need to get the canola planted. Get these fields harvested. Oh, you're on the wrong side. Boo. That happens a lot. If I'm not on top of it with this, then I end up having to do exactly this, which is back off, move this over. Because if I try to take the trailer over to where this is at, I'm going to crush my own crops and lose money. Alright. But yeah. So I want to get the bigger tipper trailer for the semi, because that'll let me load way more up. And plus the semi's only job is to load stuff and move it. So it means I can keep my other tractors assigned to doing other stuff elsewhere. And then I've got the dedicated vehicle for it. But I need to at some point take the time to get all the courseplay stuff set up. So far I've only started working with it. I don't really understand the details in a lot of it, and we'll get there. Gotcha, yeah. I know the ads are annoying and all that. It's the unfortunate way Twitch is these days. It's not even a Twitch thing. It's any player, any platform that is providing you some form of content. You're either going to be paying like a monthly fee for it, or you're going to be getting ads. Like it'll be some combination of one of those things, or both. That's like the really awful ones, is the ones where you're paying like 15, 20 bucks a month, and then in addition to that, you still get ads. And it makes sense. They're running a bunch of servers, they got staff to pay, they got all that stuff. They're gonna make their money somehow. So if you're not paying for it, well, they're either selling your personal data or they're advertising to you. And I would much rather they hit me with ads than sell my personal data. Okay, so get 8 more containers popping out. I appreciate how much more this thing holds than the other trailer we had. I also like that it's still like just straps it all down. So there's no reason for me to ever really close that side. Like in real life, obviously you wouldn't want to ride around with the whole side of your truck just gaping open. Okay, so that did work where it took the stuff out from that side. Yeah, so I still gotta do like the 2 passes back and forth, which is fine. But it's just what it is. Because this is just a thing with the way this warehouse works. It's just in those stripes is the only place that it actually grabs stuff out of your vehicle. And then the issue is there's an invisible wall inside that warehouse, just barely a couple inches out from, like, just briefly the tiniest little bit in. Oh, come on. I'm trying to finagle it by putting it down and picking it back up. You overwhelmed by Planet Crafter? Yeah, Planet Crafter, like, the good news, you can kind of take your own pace with all of it. So there's like so much that you could end up doing in it. But at least none of it has to happen like right now. Alright, so let's turn this around. Because we're going to get more flour. We'll definitely won't want to be driving back and forth in this field once we get things going. But that's okay. Till it's planted, there's no consequence. Alright. So let's quickly pull up next to this. Finish topping off our sorghum. I suspect pretty soon we'll have the seeding finish. And I'll have to go and clean that mess up. Alright. No, I didn't check what the sales were today. What are you? Oh, don't care about that. Yeah, so we do got another... We could have a giant foraging wagon. Which wouldn't be the worst spend for later, but I'm probably not going to worry about it. You just want to know where the drones have to put your mutant 3? So one of the things you could do is if you have your drones, just set up a cabinet, set it to like priority 10 or 9 or whatever the max is. And they should move it to wherever that cabinet is. When I was playing Planet Crafter, I had I think I had a cabinet that was called Oh God Why, which was my I don't feel like organizing this cabinet. I'm just gonna dump all my stuff in it and let the robots figure it out. Which was a truly cursed cabinet. And that was pretty effective. All right. Drop off all the sorghum here. Which does mean even more flour popping out. Yeah, so you're doing fine. Yeah, so you missed that corner and a couple of the edges over there. That's pretty much expected. You are going to need to be back over there to empty that out. I was also just thinking, I'm pretty sure we have the canola oil going. So I am going to need to get the semi over there to pick that up to bring to the warehouse as well. I don't know if we're going to get here in time before that harvester finishes this pass. Yeah, you have one of them. It's called Drop Off. You tried to do the container full of Mutant 3 and nothing. Gotcha. It's entirely possible that it got used. Like, especially over the auto crafters, it's really easy to not realize you have something that's just eating it all up. Because there's a bunch of times like, oh man, I should have a bunch of this somewhere, and that's just all gone. I've been running into that a lot on my own like pushing the Oh, come on, cruise control, don't do this. I don't want to turn around to the next one. No, please, go. Stop, don't turn. Yeah, there you go. But that happens to me a lot in the current where I've got like one last achievement left to do in Planet Crafter, which is one of the endings I won't spoil. But I have to do a lot of production or hit a bunch of the specific things that you explore to do it. And I'll turn around and be like, okay, this cabinet, it's maxed out of like iridium. Like absolutely full of iridium, there's not a space left. And I have like, I think I have 12 iridium drills going now. And so I'm like, yeah, we're way past good. And even with all of that, I'll go do something else for like 20 minutes and come back and go, where's all my iridium? Like, I haven't been making iridium bars, where's all my iridium? It's just that's how fast my production is going. That if the iridium's the slowest one, it just depletes it that fast, because it's just burning materials so fast. That last ending is real grindy, though. Like, it's not hard, it's just grindy. It just takes time. You need better drills? Yeah. Yeah, so should be canola oil in front of that place. The big reason I care, like, it's not a big deal right now. And the reason it's not a big deal right now is I'm not growing nearly enough canola to keep the oil mill running, like, year-round. It only runs for, like, 2-3 months, and then it runs out of resources to make the oil with. But that is going to be a thing that we're going to need to deal with. And this is our grain mill, so we're using this to make flour, which then we put in the warehouse as I got surplus, and whatever we don't need, I dump into that bakery over there to make bread, which I also dump in there. Bread is one of our best, return on investment items we've got. All right, so let's get this over here to go pick up the canola. Okay. Man, it'll be so nice when I can get the other trailer. Because I could already imagine just, like, leaving the trailer for the pallets in, like, 1 or 2 places. Just scooping them up, just drop the truck off, grab them, and go. I think ultimately what I'll end up doing is I'll have, like, 1 truck for dealing with picking up the stuff from there, and our truck for just running around for pallets or whatever. Or eventually, if things go slow enough, we'll stop dealing with the pallets in this manner. And instead, we'll just say, hey, I don't care if you sell it on a good season or not. Are you 1,000 liters, or... Yeah, you're 1,000 liters. Okay, so that's emptied. How's Courseplay treating you? It's treating me alright. I haven't been using it yet. I haven't actually taken advantage of it in a meaningful way. Because I gotta take the time to set up the courses, and I haven't fully figured out. I think it cares like what tool you have attached, because that would make sense for it to care about that. So, you know, if I have one tool, even if it's the same width as another tool, it won't use the same course, because, you know, maybe it has different stuff going on. Alright, so I'll turn that off for a minute. Worker finished their task. I'm guessing you did not. Alright. Yeah, so it's one of those things that I'm gonna have to stop and take the time at each tool and be like, okay, let me set up the, let me take the time to map out this path and then get that sorted, which is worth doing, to be very clear. Absolutely worth doing. But it does have, like, the negative in the moment. Taking the time to do it does mean other stuff not getting done as fast as you'd like. So clean up these edges that it missed. So probably one of those things that what I need to do is, like, for one season, I'll have one field in particular. I'm like, okay, let's take the time to set up the cultivator. Okay, let's take the time to set up the seeder. Okay, spend that one, getting that one field done. And then once that's sorted, we can move on to the next one. Let's check this corner over here, because it misses this. I can already see from here it has missed this corner. Yeah, so we'll get all set up. We have the cultivator set up for this field. I just need to stop, because the problem is, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to multitask, and if I'm going to multitask it, I need to set up courseplay. But while I'm setting up courseplay, I can't really multitask it. So I've got the two different pressures trying to pull me in two different directions on that one. Alright, so we are going to need to buy more solid fertilizer, which is A-okay. Shouldn't care about the tool itself, but about the width. Yeah, so that's probably what's happened, is I probably have not expected that the width on that particular tool is different. It's fine. I just gotta take the time to set it up. That's all. Each time I take a tool to its area, like, go through, take the time to, like, run it myself with courseplay recording, clean it up, that kind of thing. What I'll probably do is when you grab the sprayer real fast, I'll do that. Because then we do 2 passes with the sprayer in this in-game day. So you can do the first one where I record it, get it all set up and get figured out, because I already have to manually do the sprayer because the AI just doesn't know what to do with it. And then immediately turn around, you know, switch from the herbicide to the fertilizer and just say, do it again. Because that's the one I care about the most, is the sprayer. It's a task that's easy to hand off and go do something else, except the AI doesn't know what to do with it. And we got Ballistic Badger on their 45 stream streak. Catch the last 45 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. That is absolutely fantastic. Getting your extra 450 points, so thank you so much for the continued, you know, checking us out all the time. Means a lot. It always amazes me how many like such big stream streaks, especially with people who lurk a lot and all that, is I deliberately make it a point to, like, not keep an eye on who is tuned in on any given time. It's kind of one of those things that in my mind, if someone wants to be known, they'll make themselves known. Otherwise, people just want to, you know, respect their privacy, kind of let it be on the down low. So I literally just don't even have, like, who's viewing time. Like, once in a while, if someone is doing something and it's like, they may come as like, oh, well, I'm just gonna go somewhere else if you're gonna be that way. Sometimes I'll wait like 10-15 minutes, I'll just peek at the viewer list to see if they've actually ducked out. when they make a scene or whatever. Here's a hint, most of the time they actually don't. They kind of have the last word of an argument, and then just see your reaction kind of deal. They're not actually looking to leave. And I'm sure there's plenty of them who also, you do something, they're like, nah, and they leave. That's fine too. I just get really amused that sometimes you'll have someone who's like, they make a big stink about it, like about whatever the issue is, saying they just won't come back anymore, and then you look and they're still there. And I don't call them out, it's just kind of a thing for myself. I'm like, uh-huh, that's right. Yeah, I'm leaving, I won, lurks. Yeah, no, I've run into that. But I usually only check when someone's like making a scene. And even that's rare. It probably happens like once every 6 months. Okay. So this is fertilizer. We can't do this yet. So kick that out. And this should be the herbicide. And there should be enough for the field. It's really, your fertilizer and herbicide, it's really expensive, but at least it gets really good mileage. Sorry about that. Okay. And you're getting pretty close to done. Because I think it'll be good to record this, get it all set up, see how it works, and then immediately follow it by doing the next one, where we actually see how well it worked. So we had 57% to start. We'll just keep that in mind. That way, if like I see it uses like 30% of it, and I only have like 30% of the other one. Daywalker says, I don't like the streamer. I'm going to insert other stream. They complains when the streamer bans him. Oh no, you get plenty of that. Like not that specific thing, but you get plenty of people who they popped in, and you're like, this person was never intending on being anything productive or meaningful, or, you know, anything in this channel. Like this person came to this channel with the intent of causing drama. When you run to those ones, there's like, well, this is really easy for me to deal with. / ban done. I've commented before, for me, when it comes to people who pop in the channel, the person who they, you know, first time chatter, drops racial slur, you know, has some like very clearly provoking statement or otherwise is just being terrible, that doesn't even blip on the radar. I'm just like, ban, life goes on. The ones that actually are kind of difficult for me as a creator is when you have someone who pops in, they something like, I'm not sure, like, they say something like, I wouldn't say it that way. I'm not super thrilled by what they said there, but at the same time, you know, I could see where it's like a language barrier thing, that like that word means something else for them, or like maybe they're not just thinking about the full implications of it. And, you know, maybe, and like depending on it, you might be like, hey, let's not do that or whatever. Or like other times you're like, you know, that's minor enough, we're just gonna let it go. You know, people who land in that like gray area where things aren't really, they're not obviously trying to cause problems, but it's also not really okay what they're doing. But it's like in that rough area. Those are the harder ones. Or when someone is just like, there's nothing they're doing that's like against TOS or against your channel rules, but they're just being a little creepy or a little uncomfortable, a little, you know, kind of pushing what's okay or acceptable in regards to stuff like boundaries and all that. And it's not one of those things that's just very clearly right from the get-go problematic, but it kind of just rubs you the wrong way. And there's definitely that point where it's like you're trying to give someone the benefit of, you know, try and be understanding and all that, and at the same time you're like, is this person just like trolling me? Because I've also absolutely had it where people deliberately would try to toe the line to see, like, get away with as much as they could and all that. Let's see. So I'm saying, reading the course play docs, you have to hit generate a path before letting it loose. Also, apparently, the record path is meant to mark the field boundary. Well, that's useless. Okay. So I have to hit generate a path before letting loose. Okay, well, we can give that a shot. Because if it's smart enough to generate the path that I don't have to do it, even if it's like a horrifically inefficient path, I'm okay with that. My big thing is I want to be able to, like in the real world, that you're like, hey, Carl, your job is to spray this field with herbicide. Go do it. I am handing you cash. Go do it. And that at the other side of that, the field is sprayed with herbicide. That's all I want. I don't care if they do it inefficiently and, you know, get themselves a bunch of extra money. I don't care if it takes longer than it should. As long as ultimately, in the long run, the task is completed. Because right now, they don't even get that far. We can worry about the quality of their work later, so much as them even getting it across the finish line. Because right now, they start spraying, they go about 10 feet, and then they go, all right, I'm done. Okay. So you're saying there is a generate path button. I do not know what this button is because I'm new to this. Let's go down here to course play. Course play. Yada, yada, yada. Open course generator menu. Open mini GUI. Start stop driver. Oh, that's not my favorite. What? So we have the button here. Oh, you know what I bet you I could do? Oh, it's detecting me trying to operate the tool. So let's check here. And I'll get that hydrate here. So we're tinkering with stuff we don't know. So I'm assuming we can go here. So let's try shift delete. I doubt anything's using that, so shift delete. Yeah, okay. So work with multiple tools, one number of headlands. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Rows to skip, don't. Rows per land, I don't even know what that means. Island bypass mode. Sure. I don't know where the go button is, though. So with that, you can see where I mapped the previous one. Ah, I see what you're saying. So get this out of the way. Of course it delayed the wrong one. That's okay. So what we could do here is we're gonna draw, do this, scooch it on along here, do that. Scooch it along here. Because this is our hardest field to do stuff with, because I've deliberately made it an odd shape just to see what we could do with the stressing of the UI. So save, yes. Rename field. Canola 1. That's not how I spell canola. What I don't know is how I brought up that UI. Create job. So let's try hitting that. Shift delete again. So I see this giant thing here. Okay, generate field work course. Alright. Excuse me, you're gonna do what with that line down there? How is that gonna work? You know what? I'll bite. I am curious how it's going to drive directly into a forest and do anything, but I'll bite. My question is, how do I start it? Well, you know what? That makes sense. And meanwhile, I gotta deal with this. Yeah, so definitely need to adjust that course play. It's very clear it's gonna fail. It drew a line straight through the forest, going to the south. So it's like, sure, you could try that. We'll see. But I'll have to figure out how I can adjust it and all that. But we'll see it. We'll see it fail and see how we can try to adjust it. Yeah, so I've got the whole idea here about... Oh. Right-click just pulls that back up. That's interesting. Oh, I'm going to need to move that trailer. I'm going to accidentally... You know what? Even if I refill it, I'll just switch, vehicles and all that. It's probably fine. Well, crap. Ever so slightly not far enough over. All right. Now I've got another sorghum field on the far end. You always have problems backing up games. It breaks your mind with the trailer. It's even worse. I don't have problems with trailers with one pivot. It's when you get a trailer that has 2 pivot points. Trailers with 2 pivot points, I understand what I need to be doing to make it work. The actual execution of what I need to be doing, not really my best. But when it comes to just, again, if it is one pivot like your typical semi, that's no problem. The whole reverse, like, kind of turning the opposite of what you want, or sorry, turning the opposite of, like, the wheel the opposite of the way you'd think would take you that way because you're pushing back on something as opposed to driving forward. That's not too difficult for me to get. It's when you have the 2 pivot points, or trying to, like, push a point to push on a point to get it to do what you want, that things really struggle. Where are you going right now? Oh, you're just moving over there. Yeah, so I don't think it's this one. Yeah, so this pass should be fine. The pass that I think is the problem is the next pass. It looks like it's going to literally just drive back into those trees, and we're gonna have to make some tweaks to that. I do see that the AI likes to go real slow on this, but I don't mind. Oh, and we do have it so they're still getting paid normally, so I'm not using this to, like, cheese the economy where you can use courseplay and say, but the work is free. So far as their workers go, don't you go missing spots. Oh, you're going at a very slight angle. That's acceptable. It is still taking my money little by little. I just want to watch it flub this part real bad. And then we'll have to figure out how to edit it. Because my assumption of what we'll do is we'll just edit to draw that spot way up, and then maybe have to, like, make it go wide and overlap or something like that. Because it's one of those designs that is very, very clearly, like, looking at the design, it is not elegant. There's, like, no good path for dealing with it. At the same time, when you're looking at the design, it's also not one of those things that's just, like, insurmountable. It's just, oh, I'm going to overlap the same area I've already done a little bit, and I'm going to have to backtrack a little bit. Yeah, it looks like the way this thing's pathing is working, if I was guessing, it's driving all the way forward to finish the field, then it's backing up enough that when it goes to turn around, the tool's width will swing on what was already over the field, so that you don't need to worry about it, you know, clipping on trees and all that. That's what I'm guessing it's doing, which is the incredibly inefficient but safe strategy, which is exactly what I want the AI to do. I'm down to figuring out better ways of doing this for myself. But for the AI's purposes, it can be as inefficient as it wants, as long as it's consistent. All right, so you still got plenty of time left. So I should be able to watch this absolutely fail up here. I'm just curious what happened with its plotting of the course, where it actually took that way farther into the woods than the entire rest of the field. Like, definitely it didn't know what to do with it. I don't think it's going that slow because of limitations from horsepower, I think. I think it's going that slow just like as a deliberate thing to not miss. It does look like the next path is probably going to overlap that one, so I'm not worried about that missing that spot. But we can get it figured out. Alright. So that path is going to do what I think it's going to do down there, is we are going to just drive straight into those trees and not even stop. Is what I think is going to happen. Uh-huh. I don't think that route's going to work. I'm going to go off on a limb here and say that's a nope. Blocked by an object. So the question is, how do I edit these? Yeah, so we've got all that. Let's check our key controls. So course manager, control delete. That's now I need. All right, well, I don't know how to fix that. We'll have to figure that out. It's still got farther than the AI has on its own in the past, though. The AI usually got one pass done and then immediately completely failed. Alright. Yeah, so I have to figure out when you generate the course what we could do to tweak it. So the easiest way you find to use course play is select start point near the edge. Then you have it automap the course. After you set how many headlands you want, hit generate course. It creates a course from your starting point. Try using the headland feature. I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know what a headland is. I was under the impression a headland was like if there's part of the field that was like a higher elevation or something like that, you know, make sure you approach in a way that you're not fighting with your engine and all that because you're trying to go uphill the whole time. Like, start at the high point and work your way down. But it's the part next to the boundary. It's the part next to the boundary. So it's like, a margin or something like that. That's like, here's 3 feet that's usable on anything. Headland is where it does a lap, or as long, or as many laps as you wish around the edge before doing... Oh, okay, so it'll do a lap around the outside perimeter first. Okay. So I'll deal with that in a moment, because by now, yeah, you're full. Yeah, I feel like almost all of them I'd probably be able to do, like, I'd probably do 2 headlands. Yeah. That is because the reality is most fields the edge is up against defense or other barriers, so it creates an area that is able to turn the vehicle without destroying the crop. Oh, so it's an area where you've got, like, no crops around the outside edge that's just for turning around and all that. Okay. So then you'd have, like, your field take up the entirety of a space. You'd set a headland that says, okay, here's 1 width of the tractor's turning radius and yada yada yada, or whatever the actual dimensions are, I don't know. To facilitate the tractor being able to move around. You do a minimum of 2 when harvesting. Plowing, you can end up doing like 6 to 2 because the length of the plow is an issue. Most tasks you do 2 or 3. There you go. Yeah, we can mess with that trying to figure that out. Yeah, so it sounds like what I need to do is just take the time to figure out generating them and all that. And what needs to happen. And for those who don't know what's going on, it's just the fact that the AI in this game is so bad at navigating even, like, the simplest fields. Like, generally you'll have a field that is a rectangle and they'll somehow get it wrong. That Courseplay is just a way to give the AI, like, give you a little bit more control over the AI to go, okay, we can do better than this. So that you can kind of tackle those fields that just doesn't know what to do with. So the whole field, when we finished spraying it with the herbicide, only took about 7% of our herbicide from here. So we should be more than enough for the fertilizer here. The nice thing about Courseplay and harvesters is if it needs unloading, it will ensure the pipe side is clear to the crop. Gotcha. So kick that out there. So then I'll need to also figure out how I can erase and, like, regenerate a course. Which I'm guessing if I chose just regenerate a course with the equipment I already have, it would probably just do that for me. Like, it'd probably just delete the old one. Or, like, it just replace it actively. But we'll figure it out. This is tinkering to get this set up so in the future it's not a huge pain. Okay, so we're here. Let's pop up here again. And it was shift delete. So we've got that course. So we will go here. Two headlands.
Thank you FizzZip for subscribing for 4 months. Thanks to @Randall41812 for my sub gift.
Thank you, Fizzit, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 4 months. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that continued support and all that. And you've been subscribed for 4 months. Thank you again. I hope you enjoy your advertisement preview emotes. Your advertisement free emotes. I hope you enjoy your advertisement free streaming as well as access to the emotes. Okay. So where exactly do you want me to start this thing now? You want me to start over here? Alright, well, let's just see how it goes. You think we're going to save this track for liquid fertilizer, for example? You shouldn't just name it canola. You should name it both crop and machine. Well, the field's named canola. The route has its own name. Where is the stop thing? Oh, I bet you I need to do this. Alright, meanwhile... Yeah, that's the whole thing, is it wasn't showing. We're gonna top this off real fast. And drop that off, and then we're gonna keep an eye on our sprayer. So we're definitely being less efficient than we could necessarily be so far as with our time, but that's because I am figuring out a tool that we don't know. So I am losing some time to that. I'm not super worried about it. I'd rather figure it out and have access to that later. Just so with stuff that, you know, stuff I'm running into where people just aren't smart enough to manage it, I can pass it off. Because we are going to get more and more fields and all that. On the final waypoint, you want to say first waypoint instead of nearest waypoint. Ah. I need that in the future. Yep. Learning time is not wasted time. Agreed. It's basically the comment that we're being very inefficient right now because we're figuring out how to be more efficient in the future. So we're paying a cost now for savings tomorrow. All right. So we can drop this off. Because yeah, if we can find a way to make that comfortable, then we should be able to just in the future be like spray that field, and then go off and do other things, and know the work is gonna get done. That's all I want. I'm happy to pay for it, I'm happy to put the time, and I'm happy to the effort and all that. But like, I do ultimately want them to do the assigned task. All right. As in for headlands and square fields or square corners, you recommend setting the headland corners to shape it sharp instead of smooth? Gotcha. Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about, like nearest versus the start. So I started near the end, so it's like weirdly doing like the middle part first, that's gonna circle around and do the rest. I mean, that's fine. We should still be able to see the end results. But yeah, no, we'll definitely want to do that in the future, is make sure it starts at the start point. I wasn't seeing the actual start point, so I was confused, so I went over to the stop point. Yeah, so it's doing all these rows, and then it's going to do the outer perimeter and catch it all. Oh, you're already nearly full. You don't like that it defaults to the nearest waypoint? There are times where the nearest, for example, if you stop the work, do you want to continue later? Yeah. I think the idea is that they'll get to work faster kind of thing. But yeah, no, if you have a route, it'd be kind of nice just to be like, hey, I just want you to do the start and work through it. Because you can then continue where you stopped rather than going to the starter again. Yep. Yeah, I don't imagine it'll be often I need to stop a process in the middle of it. Because the only tool I have that's doing a bunch of stuff will be that. Alright. Now, so you wonder if you can set the custom field boundary and have it use a plowed or create a field itself? I don't know. It would be an interesting thing. I would be curious how well it does it. Especially on the corners. The corners with plowing get dicey. I don't think it finished the work. That's okay. I think if we started right from the beginning, it might have worked, because then it would have done the outside edge. Let's hit that real fast. Yeah, so I'll probably, like, the next time if I start from start, it might actually be okay. In this particular case, it did an awful job. But I think that was starting in the middle that created some confusion on it. That's okay. I mean, honestly, getting it like 70-80% of the way there. Still is not the worst. Oh, it wasn't quite unfolded yet. That is not the way I need to do this. Because getting it 78% of the way there is still not shabby. It's still saving me some time in the long run. But we're learning. Yeah, no, I saw that. When I first was looking at it, I didn't see the arrow marker, which is why there was the confusion. I'm like, oh, there's only a stop thing. But yeah, no, it's just, in the future, I'll have it go to the start point and just deal with the start point. Yeah, so my assumption is if we just take this up here, and then I go that way, we should get just about everything. I might just need to do a tiny little touch up here and there because I'm not as precise as the computer is. Trying to scooch over to the edge more. Yes, it seems like mostly it just failed on the headland. Because of me starting in the middle, it just didn't do the headland. Probably couldn't figure out how to get back to the start point to do it. And we're good. Alright, well, either way, it got done. I gotta like figure that out a little bit better. But this is the field we made as like the field to cause it grief. So it's got both concave and convex chunks out of it. It goes up near a forest. It does a whole bunch of stuff. Just a ton of stuff to be like, all right, here's effectively an obstacle course for you. Figure it out. So the fact that it's struggling a little bit with it is pretty much what we've anticipated. Let's see if you can hold all this. Alright, so the good news is we're about to get this all sorted out. And once we drop this off, so the next in-game day, I need to plant the wheat and do its herbicide and fertilizer. But I won't have more fields I need to do any meaningful processing other than that. It's like we're done harvesting for the season. By no means an expert on the mod either. So many things you only learned recent months after years of using it. Yeah, no, it seems like a slick mod. I've seen people like almost do fully automated farms where literally they just kind of queue up a couple of things. And I guess what, from my understanding of how they do it, is they have course play and they map out all the stuff in course play, and then they turn around from that, and what they'll end up doing is having a script that just says, okay, this day activate, this tractor on this course, and tractor drives over to the course, does its thing, and all that. Because I saw people like literally just having their trucks like loading up like all the pallets from one place and going to the other place, which is using autoloader and all that. And I watched someone doing that. I'm like, I am not interested in doing that. Like, this is straight up programming the game to play itself. Which, don't get me wrong, I totally understand the allure. I have certainly messed with stuff like that in my past. But in that particular case, like, no, I'm good. It's fun to do that sort of stuff just to see if you can. Like the man, what was the name of that game? There's been a couple of games that I've done that are the whole point of the game is programming. So I did one that was like kind of a BattleBots-esque thing, where you had set up this bot, you'd drop them in an arena, and you programmed, I mean basic programming, you'd program their how they move, how they respond to different things, what they did. And it was funny because you only have so much like computation each bot has, and you can utilize like, you basically have a camera's like a point system on how complicated your bot was, and that basically your bot could only have so many points. And so some people would try and make these incredibly ingenious bots, and they would have this incredible amount of spending in points, what's effectively processing power and all that. So their bot wouldn't actually have that much in the way of weapons or armor or anything like that. But instead, it would let them run these ridiculously involved things in the simulation to try and make their bot smart enough to actually dodge attacks and all that. And so it was kind of just fun to realize there is a balance that you can make your bot incredibly dumb, that it mostly just goes straight at the enemy, but is like extremely well built so far as the durability and weapons on it. But, really about it's only got enough computation of power of which direction is the enemy, go that way, use weapon, and that's it. But you'd have these people that have these like waveform maneuvering things that have like randomization to their how they would dodge attacks and all that. So other smart robots would try and use different forms of predictive aiming to try and guess where you're gonna be, and all that, because there's like there's a projectile time and everything in the game, and it was just like one of these things that are putting all this effort into it, and people were joking about it because they're like, these things are the giant like waveform moving, they're incredibly complicated formulas that were very predictive and trying to analyze how everything worked. And they're like, you know what works better? A random number generator, and just go with it. Because it's still good enough, and you're trying to predict someone else who's also trying to be unpredictable. And if you do a random number generation, it doesn't matter how smart you make it. It can't really predict what you're going to do outside of you might turn left, you might turn right, you might move forward kind of thing. Chris says, yeah, that's a good see the point. You understand using AI, but to be doing everything AI, so you don't have to manually do anything tech, just doesn't make sense. Well, in those cases, when you're getting into that, it's, like I said, it's more about seeing if you can. So it's not even really, it's like, are you having fun, like, you know, getting into the weeds of doing it? It's like, well, no, it's just, can you make the game play itself kind of thing. That does happen. There's a lot of that, actually. Like, look how many people take games, like, I'm gonna use MapleStory as an example, but there's, like, money farming and all, like, gold farming and all that in the game that happens. But look at how many times there have been games out there that are, like, solo games that people are like, okay, well, I've made a bot to speedrun this the fastest anyone's ever speedrun it. Or I've made a bot to be able to, like, beat this boss or whatever. And it's just kind of a thing to see if you can do it. There's entire genres of content out there that are around making a game and then making an artificial intelligence to try to beat it. Yeah, I'm assuming the mods will, Jaywalker. Jaywalker saying, you know, you plan to play this in Epic, you're hoping the mods will work in there. So the mods for Farm Sim aren't through Steam Workshop. It's got its own built-in thing. So my assumption is you just go to the mods section of, like, the starting page or whatever, and that it should just work. Like, unless Epic is deliberately not allowing access to the modding scene and everything, it should be fine that you just hop over to the mod thing and you grab it. And so for the record, like, the modding framework for Farm Sim, it's decent, it's good, it's not great. I like the Steam Workshop more, but it's also not particularly bad, you know, bad. Yeah, you can also manually grab mods from other locations as well, and there is just a mod folder, you just drop them in. The one I find weird about Farm Sim with the mod folder is you don't unzip the mod and drop it in a folder like a lot of things. You literally drop the zipped file in the folder, and it handles unzipping it when it needs it and all that stuff. Which, you know, okay, fine. It's also not something you typically see. Usually you gotta deal with all the, you know, compression, like uncompressing, all that kind of stuff. Alright, is there any of the other ones? Yeah, so it should be good. Alright, so now it's time for the next game. Yeah, the game packages them during the load process when you start the map. It's a good way of reducing disk space and memory load. Yeah. It's just one of those things that when you pull it, you're like, what? Alright, so first, we do have sales. Like, this would actually be a similar tractor to the one we have. Not one I want, but that would be a similar tractor to the one we have. Both of these would honestly not be too far off, but I don't have the money, so it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and grab this. Because now we need to be planting wheat. And we need more solid fertilizer. So what we'll probably need to do is we'll get this going on one of our fields, and it should be able to handle one field the whole way up. But, we'll do a trip and get the solid fertilizer sorted. Yeah, in this field, I don't think I need to worry about right this sec. Well, I mean, I do like that it's like sorghum in this field. At least it's not raining while harvesting. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yes, this one I normally don't have to worry about. I guess though I should just get in the habit. Let's just go ahead and let's do this right. So I've got that one up there already programmed. So I can go here and choose this. Draw a custom field. Save custom field. Rename. This is wheat 1. All right. And now we can go in here and say shift delete on that one. All right, let's say headlands. Start work on headlands. Sharp corners. We'll have 2 headlands, row skip. And you're saying start at the beginning. Start work on headland, center headland. It's fine. Okay. Generate the field. Start at first waypoint. Oh, it's saying I can start the job here. And then you should automatically go there and do your thing. All right, well, let's just see if it does it. Meanwhile, I need the semi to do semi things. Almost enough for another thing of bread. And we'll run over here real fast and grab the stuff out the greenhouses and the oil. That's going to be a big thing, is I'm going to have to figure out a way to make the greenhouses not as awful. Either I'm going to have to do something with this hill, not to get rid of it, I want to keep the hill. But like over here where we have this spot, maybe just do a little bit to kind of smooth out the top of the hill so that the semi-trailer doesn't get stuck on it. It'd be nice if we could open both sides of this trailer. And maybe we can, but I don't know what the buttons are. Reposition them 90 degrees? Yeah, I'd have to destroy them and rebuild them. I can't remember if you can move them or not. Okay, so you got one more popping out. You can once you work out the keybind? Gotcha. Yeah, no, because that could be good to, like, move them. I probably honestly would move them away from where they're at right now entirely. So not have them by this ridge here. Give them, like, maybe put them over by some of those businesses there. Get rid of that little field. And just try and kind of move more of that around. Because this is kind of out of the way for where I'd want them anyways. This'll beach. We had enough momentum that we went right over. Now we can go by here, we can grab the flour. Because you normally have the option to switch sides. The doors have to be closed to switch. Switch is open. Yeah. I'll definitely need to take the time to get that sorted, but I'll worry about that when we get there. For right now, it's fine, because it's mostly just that one spot. Ooh, 28 of those popping out. The capacity of this thing is so much better than that trailer was. Like, this has so much more capacity than that trailer did. $16 more. Oh yeah, none of the keybinds should be matching what you've got. Not really. Alright, so this is gonna fill up probably before the mill is empty. But honestly, the fact that I can load up like 3-4 entire emptying out. Alright, that's 1/2 fully emptied. Yeah, so I think we're done with that other trailer entirely. Because the only thing it did that this one... Oh, come on. The only thing the other one, or this one, doesn't do that that one did was the bales. We're not bailing right now, and I'll get a proper bale trailer when we get there. Oh, it's just the UI apparently takes a hot minute to update. It's like, what? That should be long sorted before that happens. Alright. Yeah, these two fields over here I am intending on not keeping. Eventually we'll expand the territory. We'll just move that over there, and we'll get everything else moved. So for the moment, I don't really need to empty that right now, so you just leave that there. And you're dealing with this. What else do we have we need to get done today? So we are seeding the wheat. We have seeded the canola. We've already harvested the sorghum, and we don't seed it again until April. So literally, it's just doing that. You think you get you can get bales in this courtesy of the autoloader, but you have to admit you not tried it yourself. Yeah, no, I'm sure we can get. So what I'd probably do though is I wouldn't do that. Is I would get the baler trailer like we had before for that kind of thing. I totally forgot. I need to pick up the solid fertilizer. Like, I might have enough seed, or I might have enough solid fertilizer to get through all of this, but it'll be close. And either way, I'm gonna need more. We've got the spare money. Let's just buy it and be done with it. All right. It's nice to finally have the truck. Like, I'm thinking where it was taking us with the other one, like we do almost like 10 laps back and forth at sales point at going, 15 miles an hour or whatever it was to do our sales. With this monstrosity, it's gonna be like 2 or 3 for all of it. Alright. So, let's pop down here. Pellets. Liquid fertilizer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So that's $26,000 worth of fertilizer. I needed solid. It's fine. I was going to need liquid as well. But that isn't actually what I needed to be buying. All right, well, while we're here, solid fertilizer. Well, I did just say a moment ago that I'm pretty sure I'm done with this trailer here, so let's just go ahead and go to the trailer there. Let's get rid of that real fast. Its work here is done. And we can go down here now to solid fertilizer and do this. And buy you and okay. All right. So the good news, oh, I overspent more than I thought I did. That's fine. Was there anything else we're ready to ditch? I'm getting really close to the point of retiring that other tractor. We can't quite retire that yet. We'll probably want to keep the forestry thing there. We do have the little plow that I've been mostly using to mark out borders to do all that. We could potentially sell that. We still need the trailer for right now. I say we get rid of the little plow. It's convenient for making the fields, like doing the borders and all that, but I don't really need it. It mostly sits there for multiple years doing absolutely nothing, and then we go and do a bunch of work with it. I'm not sure if we could fit one more in or not. Or if we're already at capacity. Doesn't matter either way, but we'll grab it. Okay, so we're at capacity. That's fine. It could just sit there. All right, so I did grab things I didn't need, and we spent $25,000 on those things I didn't need. But the good news is it's a resource I end up having to restock every like third year anyways. So it's like, okay, so I spent the $25,000 before I really needed to spend it, but ultimately I'll need it in the long run, so eh. Oh, did you finish your field? Oh no, you're just... It's just taking a moment to, like, do the next spot. Alright. Warehouse is getting full. And it can drop off all our fertilizer and all that. Not sure I really want to deal with this kind of stuff, right? So far, we've been just spitting it all out. Yeah, so this definitely has this weird problem where it does not want to spit out whatever's in the front of the cab. I'm not super excited about that, but I also don't know what else to do about it. I can't remember if we have super strength or not. I'm pretty sure we don't. Object too heavy. For right now, I can just turn that off. And you're finishing up this field. So, Well, we might even be able to... I can still probably make this work. Worst case is I load up all the fertilizer, drive off to the side, drop it, go back over. I don't want to do it that way, but, I mean, it does it like we still have a way to handle it. Meanwhile, what I could probably do is while you're doing these is go over here, draw custom, boom, 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 boom. Save custom, yes. Rename. Wheat 2. Click on this field. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Rename this field to wheat 3. And wheat 4. All right, and it's doing that last little pass. You missed the tiniest little spot. Okay. Alright, so with that we can race back, top off the seeds, top off the solid fertilizer. We're gonna focus on trying to take the solid fertilizer out of the semi first. And do all that kind of stuff. I'm probably just gonna have the blue tractor do all the work this time, as opposed to like going for the yellow one and going back and forth. Just because the yellow one's not particularly well suited. Alright, so let's grab the seeds first. Those aren't in the truck. We're gonna probably run out of those pretty soon, but I'm not as worried because seeds are cheap. Here, let's grab you and pull you forward more so I know I'm pulling from the truck and not anything else. All right. And that should be fine. We're gonna have to come around the other side, and that'll be good. Because definitely want to get all those pallets out for when I'm loading stuff in the warehouse, so I don't end up with the warehouse like randomly 2 things of fertilizer in it. It wouldn't be the end of the world, I can just spit it back out, but... Okay. So let's get over here. The same thing we've been doing to like get our feel for this. Pop in here. Pull up the thing that generates the course manager, headlands 2. Been pretty happy with these settings that just like keep what we've got going on here. So we'll generate the field work. And then we can go U. Create job from first waypoint and start job. All right, note to self, let's get farther away in the future when we do that. So that doesn't just immediately mess up the first corner. That's okay. So did I make that light enough I could pick up the one off of it? No, they're both way too heavy. That's fine. So look at what we've got here. Let's drop that. And we'll take a quick look to see how our greenhouses are doing so far as water goes. Because most likely I'll be topping off the water in the greenhouses as my next responsibility. The only concern there is my water is not cheap here. Yes, our water's fine. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, you can watch the tractor put down the seeds, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. I said you could watch and then immediately put up the away screen. I'll be back. I also decided, whereas like I'm just gonna wait and I'm not gonna have the yellow tractor do the spraying, I'm gonna have the yellow tractor doing the spraying. Because we're sitting here, I'm like, okay, even if this thing's not good at it, it'll at least get it done so you can move stuff forward. Because with that, we can probably get ourselves a payout before the stream's over. And if we get our payout for before the stream's over, that means potentially getting more equipment. So let's grab this. I need the herbicide in it. And I've got enough fertilizer now to bury someone alive in it. Alright, so that's just more fertilizer over there. The good news, the fertilizer was the one I was shorter on. Just kick that out here. And this should be herbicide over there. Alright. We can go over to the wheat fields and just have it do its best. Yes, it definitely feels like in the future when I go to set these up. Feel free that. The meeting's finally done? Nice. But yeah, so in the future when I go to start the routes over there, just make sure it's far enough back that it can actually get into position properly. Because it's kind of like cattywampus when we put it on that position over there, so you can see it miss some spots. But I think that had to do more with my positioning than anything else related to it. Alright, so let's do this again. Where we're going to be working on this field. Maybe I have to be closer. Actually. Okay, just saying target is not at field. I gotcha. I do know I want to start on this side because of all the trees. And same as always, multiple tools. We'll do the number of headlands. We'll do the 2. Sharp corners. Generate. That's an interesting design. Alright, so we gave ourselves some room. Create job. Cool. I guess it's pulling up. Let's see, with a headland, what's outside the field itself technically doesn't matter. Right, because it's supposed to be trying to keep it all inside the field. What are you doing right now? Are you going to the wrong field? Did I misselect your goal? Oh, I canceled anyways. That's fine. Okay. Create job. This field. That tractor. Let's, get back over here and try again. Because the start and the finish point were over there. Maybe I have to hit start job from that screen? That's what I'm wondering, is maybe if I accidentally assigned it to like a different field or something like that. Because, like, when it first folded up the thing, I'm like, okay, that's weird that you're folding up the thing. But it's like, you know what? Maybe that's just default behavior. Like, when you're getting in positions, like, okay, put this big freaking sprayer away so that I can actually navigate if you're farther away or whatever. Alright, so we're mostly lined up and everything. We're in position. So, first waypoint center, start job. Cool. So yeah, so it'll start there because it's gonna loop back and do like the whole thing. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so it's definitely working better than the AI in the base game. This is how, in my opinion, the AI should be in general. Because what's going to happen is as we get more and more fields and more equipment, I'm going to spend a lot more time going, okay, I've set you up to do this field, go to the next one, scramble there, get them in a position, say, okay, I've set you up to do this field, scramble over the next one, say, okay, I've set you up to do this field. There's going to be a lot of, like, kind of managing that. And I'll still have stuff that I'm like, all right, I will go ahead and take, you know, as it's harvesting stuff, I'll drive the truck to, like, grab the harvested stuff and drive it back. Because to me, that's one of the things I feel like people like to see. Is people do like to see the harvester harvesting as well as, you know, you just making the money ticker roll. Just need to learn how to use it? Yeah. We're getting there. This is, like, even where we're still figuring this out, this is working way better than the base game AI. Like, in this field, I would usually get one stripe done and then immediately get... Well, I wouldn't even get one stripe done. We'd get about halfway through a row, and then the person would just be like, I finished my job, later. And it was just wholly unreliable. I already get what that's doing. It drove all the way up to that point, figured out about the width of that. It's going to back up into position. It'll go straight up that way. It'll turn the other way, do it again. And honestly, it might be able to do that all in one loop. I'm honestly not 100% sure on that. It might be able to do this whole thing in just one loop. It'll be close. No, actually, I think it'll have a tiny stripe in the middle that I'll have to go back through. I wonder if it's smart enough to like shrink the tool, like the sprayer width. I don't think it is, which is still totally fine by me. I don't mind that as being like the consequence of using it for this purpose, is that okay, you're losing some efficiency because they don't know, like, they can narrow the tool here, or they can take this other pathing that's a little bit better. Yeah, see where it's like ever so slightly missing the edge of the field. The thing, oh, and seeing the truck run earlier, there's a mod called Placeable Silos that lets you purchase silos for your farm for 10,000, where you can order whatever you can buy at the store and use a spout. I want to say there's a lot of those that you don't even need a mod for. Like, I want to say there's a seed thing that you can just buy that's just a seed spout that you can just top off your seeds anywhere. So you can get some of that stuff without even needing the mods. I have found, like, one of the problems we had with this mod is I think it was fertilizer. Is it fertilizer or lime I went to fill up on? And we went to fill up the vehicle, and we did the estimate on how much it cost. I think it was like the 8 or whatever baskets of lime, how much it cost. And then I tried to fill up using the spigot, and then the spigot they had, it cost well over 4 times the amount before I canceled out. Like, I'd spent $32,000 on lime in a matter of seconds. It's like, excuse me? So we actually reverted that save back to right before I did that. Because, like, which that's the whole thing, is I saved right before I did it because I'm like, something's bothering me with the numbers here. So we wanted to test to see if it's actually correct. Alright. Well, this way of working in the middle of the field, it doesn't matter what the outside edge is. At least it's square fields. Yeah. Well, no, that's what the headlands, like, so that's the thing, I hadn't heard the term headlands because I'm not a person who works in agriculture or anything like that. So in my mind, just from, like, you know, people saying, oh, like, we'll work on the headlands or whatever. And to me, just because I saw the people normally go to, like, the highest elevation part of the field, I was like, okay, the headlands, the higher elevation parts of the field. It makes sense. You would start at the higher elevation and want to go downhill when you're actually operating your equipment that's, going to be, stealing so much of the power of your tractor because you're utilizing it for something. And they're like, no, it's just like the outer edge. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense too. You'd still start at the highest point, it's just it didn't have a name for that purpose. Alright. And we did miss a couple of spots. Yes, it's not perfect. I imagine it's one of those things that I could go into the course path, like the courseware or whatever, a course play, and I could say, hey, treat the tool as if it's ever so slightly narrower, overlap just a little bit, that kind of thing. I imagine you could do that and you would spare all that. But I appreciate? We're not missing a bunch of spots because there's a rock there. Still not perfect, but we are learning. Plus, it should be that once I've done this enough times, it shouldn't be a big hassle in the future. Open the generator. It's all happy with all that. Is it on the right course? Hard to tell. Cool. And start job. Never let perfect be the enemy of good enough? Yeah. Yeah, so this is just demonstrating. So here's like the efficiency losses. It is going with the sprayer covering literally the entire width, maximizing its use here. So it's just not smart enough to do this. But that's honestly fine by me. Those are the kind of things I'm like, yeah, that is a reasonable price to pay to make someone else do it for me. And probably also one of those things I could take the time to go back through and nitpick the generated route or whatever to make it better about that. But I don't really care. It'd cut into profits by a couple $1,000, but honestly, probably not the end of the world. Not like if we let it just totally miss fertilizing the field at all. Can't tell if it's tire tracks or it missed the spot. It's really hard to tell. Either way, it wouldn't be enough to matter, I don't think. It's tire tracks. Otherwise, that would have filled it in. Alright. And on to the next spot. Hey, hey, Bassett. How's it going? All right. Woke up at the witching hour? Yeah. I know how that goes. But yeah, I do appreciate that we're finally getting it set up where we can actually have the AI competent enough to do jobs for us. Even if inefficiently. Oh, you know what? As soon as we have the seeder finish this field, we gotta go... Well, actually, we'll see if it has enough to finish the last field without needing to top off. Yeah, we'll top it off. Because that should give me enough to finish emptying out my semi, and then we'll be good. Why are you just sitting there? Why are you... Okay. I was like, why are you just sitting there? Come on, buddy. We got work to do. Is it the top of the route there's a setting for one of the width? I think it's slightly shrink it to get the bit overlap. Yeah, and that's probably what you'd do. Slightly shrink it so it treats it with having more overlap. I think that's what we'll probably do at some point. It doesn't seem like you actually keep the, I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. It doesn't seem like it keeps the generated paths very long, but we'll see. Because it does look like each time I'm grabbing a tractor and all that, it's forced me to regenerate it, but we'll see. It could just be I haven't been reusing the tools. I'm also trying to figure out what you're doing right now. I guess you're just touching up that one little spot and then you're gonna turn around. You picked it up because it's free on Epic? A little scared to play because it's a new genre of game you're not used to. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much. I will say that the game does have a tutorial that's a little hard to find. If you go to the very first map and you play on the easiest difficulty, there is a tutorial there. It is not a very complete tutorial. It's kind of like, here's how you connect a tool to the back of your tractor. Okay, go use that tool. Here's how you connect another tool to the back of your tractor. Here's how you use that tool. Here's how you connect yet another thing to the back of your tractor. And good luck, you're on your own now. So they don't go into like the why you would do anything, when you would do anything, just the physical buttons you do that. That said, there are like lots and lots and lots of resources that people have made over the years that I really wish the tutorial in the game was they would start you at a field and be like, okay, this field has nothing going on with it. Here is how you plow the field. Cool, you've plowed the field. Alright, well now we've plowed the field, here's how you seed the field. Cool, you seeded the field. Here's how you put fertilizer down on your field. Cool, you put fertilizer down in your field. Okay, here's how you harvest your field. Cool. And then it's like, alright, now you just do that again. You know, and then like different, for the record, like different crops have different patterns, but most of them it does boil down to plow or cultivate, seed, fertilize and or herbicide, and then, you know, harvest and repeat. But there's a lot of nuance in the differences there. As long as you're not grabbing mods like precision farming, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. It doesn't get too bad. Like, for example, if you forget to roll, if you get to fertilize, if you forget to lime, if you forget to do all these things, you still get an output. And you'll still make money unless you're on a really hard set of difficulties. Like, you can literally just plow, seed, harvest. Plow, seed, harvest. And you'll still get pretty alright. Yeah, no, if you get a direct roll, you don't even have to do that. So you could literally just have it be seed, harvest, seed, harvest, seed, harvest. You won't get nearly as much money, but, you know, when you're early on, that's not a big deal. I'm playing on the hardest economy settings, so for me, it's very important that I'm getting my money's worth. Alright, I'm taking over this job here. We'll do this job ourselves. Make our workers go figure something else out for a minute. Because I'm watching that money ticker go down. And I got a couple months I gotta ride out in that, so there is a chance I'm gonna have to sell a little bit of produce early because I spent way too much money on fertilizer. It's probably bigger than that. Okay. But yeah. So I need to not lean on the A as much. Because the problem is it costs me about $600 a day to operate all the buildings. And our payday is, I want to say, December. So I am going to have to sell a little bit of greenhouse goods. I'm not super upset about that. Wonder if you can set up a course without being at a field and have the tractor get there too. So what it was saying is when I went to do that, it says the tractor is not at a field. I could see where you could potentially have the job there. So you'd have one job to go to the location and a separate job to actually do the work at the location. And you're getting close to done. But yeah, so let's grab one of the greenhouse goods and we'll sell it early. It shouldn't be too bad if we check our prices. So let's say it's tomatoes we sell. So if we show the prices, it can go up to 560 and it can go down to, actually we're literally at the worst time of the year possible to sell it. Never mind. Cool. That's lovely. Alright. We'll probably just have to sell a couple, though. Alright, you're also... Get out of my way. I've taken over. I'll need to clean up, but we're a little short on money. They're just gonna go and knock this out manually, not pay workers. I did that. I waited too long to drop it. Because I'm gonna have to grab a little bit of produce. From our greenhouse and sell. Not much, just the tiniest bit to get us through. I need to not wait to do that. All right. You start on easy? Yep. That is honestly the correct choice for most games when you're playing the first time. Is if there's a very clear default difficulty, you should choose that. If not that, then the easy difficulty. Like there's definitely games that's like very clearly they'll have like the normal difficulty, be like this big bold thing, and have like smaller hard and easy difficulties next. It's like I get it. You want me to be on that one. Or if they say, like, this is the default way to play, the expected way to play, or whatever. But a game like this, honestly, I don't think the difficulty settings are particularly important for just enjoying the game. Mostly it has to do with, like, how much money are you going to be making per yield or whatever. Alright. Yeah, so we got our truck, we got the trailer for the truck. The thing that's hurt us is I spent $25,000 on fertilizer that I didn't need, which is fine. I will need it eventually. I just didn't need it right now. So I should have like $27,000 that I'd be keeping everyone working with, but you know. It's all good. Alright, we're about to finish seeding the field. When the field's seeded, we'll grab the sprayer. We'll do our pass for the herbicide, then we'll do our pass for the fertilizer. That shall be relatively okay. And then we should be able to move forward where it's time to sell all the stuff. And when we can sell all the stuff, that's when we'll end up having like 200,000 in the bank again. You mowed the lawn as your first thing? Hey, that's totally fine. It's amusing the whole, like, growing grass as a crop and everything. I realize it makes sense, like, there's places where you buy sod and, you know, hay has to come from somewhere and all that kind of stuff. But it's still amusing. It's like, what do I grow on my farm? I grow grass. Fair enough, I guess. Hey, Coffee, how's it going? Someone has to grow grass. Grass has to come from somewhere. Okay. And we've got all the fields seeded. We got 2 of the fields herbicided. And then I need to get another one for that, but we can deal with that in a minute. For right now, I'm just gonna go over and get the get where we have that fertilizer that doesn't want to get out of the front of the semi. We're just gonna drive up next to it, pull it out, grab the seeds, get the seeder all like prepped for the next time. Then I'll run back here, grab the sprayer, finish with the herbicide, and then we can go around for like the next pass of hitting with the fertilizer, and then it will wrap up what we need to do in this in-game day. And that's a matter of like how much I need to sell to keep everything running for a couple of days. You look forward to selling Rual? Do the animals once he gets to that point? Yeah, no, we had sheep before. I was seeing Rual do the animals. Yeah, we had sheep before. We used them for a while. We didn't do a whole lot with them, but that's just because I happened to have the stuff I needed for it. Come on, empty the container. Okay, so what I did was we didn't quite empty the container in the semi, so I spat all the stuff onto the ground real fast. Which does mean I need to pick it back up, but now there's nothing in the semi, so it's available to pick up other things. Alright. Does map have mayo production? Not that I'm aware of. If it's any of the things that's like custom stuff where, you know, I can make certain products you normally wouldn't have, then I probably wouldn't do it anyways. Because my personal experience with No Man's Land is why I really enjoy the map. The balance between, like, behind their production lines for the, like, the modded ones seem ridiculously overpowered. Like, not in a you shouldn't play it or whatever, but for challenge purposes, it kind of undermines the challenge. In the sense that we can just, like, very easily get things. So I'll tell you about it in another survival series. Yeah, so all those ones, I don't think a lot of the maps share the kinds of things they have so far as stuff goes on. Different maps do different things. But yeah, no, I haven't been planning on doing any of the, modded map stuff. Because like I said, they've got Water Tower where the water is just absolutely free and almost instantly fills up. The greenhouses on this map are ridiculously powerful. Like, just ridiculously powerful. It's like, why would you ever do any crops? Because it's just next level. I think we're making something like 40 or 50, no, something like 10 or 20,000 a day is what we figured they're making, some ridiculous amount. Used to playing games like Pokemon and Ark? Gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean, simulation's a very broad genre. Even if this game doesn't grab your attention that you're playing, you're like, eh, it's not for me. There's such a wide range of simulation games out there. Like, there's lots of flight simulators, space flight simulators, these kind of games. There's games like Mud Runner and all that, which is basically you're trying to drive between places, but the roads are all garbage. So you just have to kind of slog through the mud and all that to try and deliver stuff to help them, like, fix a broken dam and that kind of nonsense. You got stuff like American Truck Simulator, which is basically just relaxingly driving around, you know, the world. Because you have American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator, they're still, like, the same people, but different parts of the world. You've got Construction Simulator, which kind of is straightforward. Yeah, there's a simulator for almost everything. Now, granted, there are a lot of pretty janky simulator games out there. There's definitely some that got some pretty rough edges, or are just rough start to finish. Like especially when you get into stuff like that's like simulating random businesses like real estate and all that, or like the renovation style games. There's some good ones in there, and a whole lot that you're like, okay, this is really in a tough spot. Gary says, personally, you don't download modded productions. Used to watch a YouTube series and he grabbed a modded donut shop. The donuts only needed flour and paid more than 100 LPS than any other production of the game. Stupidly high from all of the mod designers. I don't know how the mod designers made it. Yeah, well that was, there was a Survivor Man challenge series I saw. That was one of the things they ran into, was it was kind of supposed to be a challenge between the two of them. And the one was like, you know what, let's check out the modded production lines, and it basically kind of spoiled the challenge because it was so overpowered on how ridiculously much money it was making. And it seems to be a pretty consistent problem with modded maps production lines, is it feels like it almost feels like the way of marketing their modded maps is like, hey, we're gonna put this production line and it's gonna be 10 times as lucrative as anything else. And it's just a weird thing. Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about the same creator. Maybe. Like, it wasn't a deliberate or malicious thing that the person did. They're just like, all right, well, you know, one of the players involved is using the tried and true, like, ways to make money that, you know, people who min-max and all that figure out. And he's like, all right, well, I'm not gonna, like, I'm on the back foot. I'm not gonna beat him if I just do what everyone always does because they've tried it. Let's go ahead and do the modded stuff because, you know, I'm just curious. You know, it might put me way behind, it might put me ahead. And then it was powerful enough that, like, they got together and were like, alright, we're gonna need to, like, set some rules around these modded things. Cause, you know, it's not just a little bit more powerful, it's, like, game-breakingly powerful. You and mod Farming Simulator 22 to get cheaper equipment, and if you get good at the game, then something harder. Oh, 100% of the greenhouses added with the mat were stupidly overpowered, which is what they were setting rules around using. Yeah, we're talking the same creator then. Because we found the same thing. I was doing this before I was aware of their series. And we put down the greenhouse. We only kept them for like a very I basically kept them just long enough for them to basically pay for themselves and, you know, a little bit extra we had already made. And then we got rid of them and put down, like, just the regular greenhouses. Because I liked their greenhouses because they looked good, but then it was just, they were not balanced. Alright, Bassett. Yeah, for those who don't know how Twitch ads work, whether it goes like 5, 7, 10, like the number of ads, that's not the part to be worried about. The ads are 3 minutes. If you get one 3-minute long ad, the ads are 3 minutes. If you get 10, whatever the math works out to be, ads, it's 3 minutes. So that's just the way it is. Yeah, I was talking about solar farm as a cash cow. Oh yeah, that was, if you're trying to have like the most money per real life time, you just plop down a solar farm, fast forward a couple days, plop down a solar farm, fast forward a couple days, plop down a solar farm. It's not fun gameplay. Like, it can be fun for like how cheesy and silly it is, but it's because there's like, they literally just make money with no intervention beyond putting them down. It is just produces cash. And so it's one of those things, you put down one, if it makes you $1,000 a day, and let's say it's $10,000 for, I don't remember the net amounts. That means after 10 days you put down a second one, then it's 5 days you put down a third one, and then after, 2.5 days you put down another one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, can get one 3-minute advertisement or 6 30-second ones. Yep. Let's see, didn't the Game Breaker creator do that and end up making millions per day? Oh, you mean Spiffing Brit. Yeah, Spiffing Brit did that. Which is curious, because, like, if you ever look at Spiffing Brit's videos, the structure is they have everything kind of self-contained. You start the premise, you go through the video, and it wraps up at the end. There's only been a couple of times where Spiffing Brit has done like multiple episode things. All right, sleep well, Bassett. Hope you have a good one. That's what I was thinking yesterday, that if they expand on the electricity production, it would be fun. Is this plopping down and making money? Oh yeah, but there's plenty of things in Farming Simulator that you could just do to make money, like just instantly make money. Like honestly, to a certain degree, I wish there was a little bit more with the greenhouses. Then you put water in and cash comes out. But we'll see. It's also one of those things that I wish some of the buildings had more capacity. Like for example, stuff like the bakery. It's kind of annoying that I have to empty it every single day or it stops producing. I do wish some of those buildings would be like, all right, here's like capacity for 4 or 5 days. Or I wish that you could have the bakery deliver its goods to a specific building, and then you get a little bit less money because it's doing the delivery. So kind of like where you're selling stuff selling stuff automatically versus manually. That because you're selling it automatically, they take a cut. He says, to be fair, for farms that give up land for solar farm, that's exactly what happens. Although usually it's more of a case of leasing the land to someone else and install the infrastructure, the panels, and maintain them. The farm just gets paid for the lease. Yeah, but it is one of those things that with solar panels, you still have to go out and you periodically clean them. There's maintenance. They get worn out. So there is some upkeep you do. And granted, in Farm Sim, it's just, a little bit of money goes out and you make more money from it. But in real life, there is some work happening. Upgradable factories mod? I have no idea what the upgradable factories mod is. But it's one of those things, like, it's okay that they're mods. I would want stuff like that in the base game. I don't want there to be buildings in the base game where you put down the building and it's just done. Money just comes out of it. Let's see, production chains now have levels that you can increase. Upgrading a factory will cost slightly more level than buying a new building. Upgrading costs is vastly compensated by the gain in production speed. The more production speed means more storage space, because if you don't have the new ability... Oh. I mean, sure, you could definitely mod to make it happen. I'm also sure there's probably mods that are just like higher capacity production or something like that. I just wish like the base game, they have all that. Like just out of the box, it would just have a... some of these buildings get a little bit more capacity. Like, the warehouse is fine. I'm perfectly content with the warehouse. The mills all seem plenty fine. They can store, like, 2-ish days worth. I just wish they had a little bit more capacity so I didn't have to empty it every single day. The last DLC included the cleaner bots for the panels in that mod Get Dirty. It's also variable income based on that. That's yeah, but that's the mods that were sold as a DLC. That's the third-party mods, I mean, not Giants, like in itself. And from what I've pretty much heard from almost everyone who's gotten that logistics mod is they've been not super happy about it. The logistics DLC, which for the record, that's not published. So there's a hoses DLC and then the logistics DLC are not actually published by Giant, or they're published by Giant Software but not made by Giant Software. Whereas all the other DLC is made by Giants. But yeah, I'm just, for me, going, there's this thing, the mod is the solution. I'm not super on board with that. But at the same time, in that particular one, I can also understand that is something that probably should be a mod as opposed to a main feature. You know, so I digress. So you could also easily start a farm, place nothing but panels from that DLC, and just skip through the year to significantly more money than if you started with the save with. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, not just like very genuinely, if you're looking to just cheese the game and just have money, start the game, buy a tile of land, shove a solar panel on it. Or like whatever the biggest solar panel you can get on it. Advance time until you get the biggest solar panel. Shove that panel on it. Advance time until you get the biggest solar panel. Shove that panel on it. And just keep repeating, because eventually you'll get to the point that each day you'll be putting down like 8, 9, 10 solar panels. That'll be like the effort of actually putting the panels will be more of a concern than money. And that is because just the way the panels work in the game is they have like 100 or something, whatever their cost is for operating. And then, you know, then the panel makes you $1,000. So you have a net profit of like $900 every day, or whatever the amount is. Yeah, so the production DLC should have been a mod rather than a paid DLC. Sure, it was only around $10, but it should have been a mod. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With that one, it's like, this is just a mod. It's just a paid-for mod. That's the way I'm putting in my brain, is it's a paid-for mod. And it has like all the good and bad that mods have, where it has a whole bunch of cool features it adds, and it also has a whole bunch of rough edges it adds. Because that's pretty standard for when you're dealing with mods, honestly. That, like, you'll be like, oh, I had all these wonderful things, but then you get it and you're like, ah, but the balance is completely destroyed in the game. Or, oh, you know, this thing has this really cool update. Oh, but it has, like, this really aggravating noise. Or, oh, they added this, but, like, if you have more than 10 of them, the performance just takes a nosedive. You know, typical mod problems. There's definitely mods that are, like, well made and all that. But I've found the more involved a mod gets, the less likely the mod is to be in a good state. Like the more likely you're gonna have a lot of pain points and difficulty. And I'm hoping here, if we're lucky, I know I can get one more day without any issues on the current stuff we've got activated. I'm hoping we can get 2 months before I've like tapped out my money, because if we can go 2 months when I'm tapped out of my money, then what I'll end up doing is I should be able to sell some of the stuff at a much better price. If I have to sell some stuff early, I have to sell some stuff early. It's better I keep everything running and sell at not quite as good of a amount as I could get, than to let something shut down and not get the potential profit or the potential product output. Let's see, the more people and higher demand of quality. Well, the more people, the higher demand for quality. The more people, the higher demand for quality, in my opinion. Referring to like the more people who download it or purchase it or whatever. Like I'm trying to figure out the context. The more people, you know, who are the more people? Because I don't know actually that I would say I've seen a strong correlation between number of users versus quality, or even demand for quality. Because there's certainly games out there that people seem perfectly happy with that have huge user bases and are jank as all get out. Like, for example, stuff like Kenshi. Kenshi is an amazing game. It is an incredibly janky game. Like, it is a very janky game. And then you got games like the Supermarket Simulator. Like, honestly, half of those simulators that get pretty janky. I will say there are certain genres that the expectation of quality is much higher. Like, I would actually argue when it comes to the quality stuff, slice of life games actually have a pretty high expectation of quality. If you got a slice of life game that's only it's pretty much dead on arrival. Like, look how many games land in that genre, and, you know, They just got some rough edges, and they just the air is just like sucked out of them before it. But I guess you have to sell some of the greenhouse goods. You won't lose too much money. Yeah, no, because even then, like the bottom price for like the tomatoes, it was something like $400 versus the top is $500, which means at worst I'm losing at a potential profit of 20%. That's the thing. Greg says the general production of any product these days is produce as much as possible, as cheaply as possible, to sell as many people as possible. Selling quality products kind of died in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I do. I've talked about this before, with how much that is true in a lot of places. And don't get me wrong, there are exceptions. There are definitely companies who that is their entire MO, is they make a quality product. But I will agree that the general consensus I've seen is just, you know, more, cheaper, faster seems to be the king over really good. Just in the broad generalizations thing. But with that, and this also goes like with working conditions of making a lot of the stuff and all that as well, like the whole business gambit. With that, I do wonder more and more as, you know, people my age start becoming leaders in business and the younger generation and all that, and how much of us grown up around that and find it incredibly frustrating that, like, you buy a product, it doesn't work, you get it recalled, the new one also is bad and it doesn't work because the company just has, like, really not great quality control and all that, and people get tired of it. And I do wonder if we will start to see, even if it's not, like, a large thing, if we'll end up seeing more and more pressure for, like, companies to, you know, we take pride in what we make here. Like, it's not about just min-maxing profit, but, like, what can we do to make things better? It says, people's expectations for stability have increased with time, so it feels like new products worse, even though if they're objectively might be fractionally better. I'd say there's some good and bad. Like, if we go back to the 80s and 90s, very genuinely, the gaming industry almost, like, all but died because the quality was such crap for a while there. And, you know, for the price of the game, which, you know, that was still like 30, 40 bucks back then, which is effectively like 80, 90 bucks now. And you would buy them and sometimes they just didn't work. And, you know, people joke about it, it's like, haha, remember back in the day when our system's requirements, does your computer run? Yeah, and then you'd have a computer that was still actually, like, pretty good and the game wouldn't run. And because you opened the box, they wouldn't take a return either. Which would be the retail store, not the publisher of the game. But it was just one of those things that, like, really there was no standards back then, and there was a lot of real bad garbage back then. You know, sure, there's some absolutely amazing titles that came out of that time frame too. But it is a very nostalgia thing when people look back at the games. They're like, do you remember when games were good? It's like, you mean like right now? Games are pretty good right now. Like, don't get me wrong. We've got some pretty awful predatory monetization practices and all that. And there's definitely, I would argue there's definitely a lot of quality control problems now that we kind of had in the 80s and 90s, and they got massively improved because of stuff like Nintendo being really unforgiving to publishers of games about making sure you're up to snuff. That over time, now that like PC gaming is built up, it feels like companies like Valve and Epic and all that have let stuff like really kind of slip on the quality again. And I don't mean that Valve is producing bad games, but rather Valve as a storefront is like, yeah, that's fine. Like, unless it's like particularly out there, you can refund if you haven't played over 2 hours, and otherwise, you know, whatever. Not my problem. I also feel like the fact that we're able to update anytime has encouraged people to be willing to push stuff like out at a way rougher state because they know they can fix it later, versus if you go back to, like, again, the Nintendo days, when they put on the cartridge, it was done. If it had a game-breaking bug that required you to refund literally all of them, that's what it was. And your company would go out of business because of how incredibly costly that was. So once it was on the cartridge, that was just the way the game was. There was no going back, there was no patching, there was no updating, there was no fixing. It was just broken. But you had so many bugs in the normal for modern players to use glitches in their runs. The arguments over glitches aren't valid depending on the hardware you played on. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, they've always had problems. But, like, a lot of the problems are people figuring out ways to break the game to glitch around the map. You ended up with games that did have, like, oh, when you're fighting this boss and you kill him, there's, like, you know, under certain conditions, it'll crash your game and you start over. Like, there's always been bugs. I don't want to imply that, like, you know, software's been just amazing ever since. But yeah. It says, you remember playing Ghouls and Ghosts on the Commodore 64 in the 80s with no issues, yet modern games, we have No Man's Sky. That was so broken at launch, you had to do a major fix of the game. Cyberpunk was... So, Cyberpunk was a glitchy game. No Man's Sky, on the other hand, it got a bad rep, not really because of stability issues, as I recall. Because I had No Man's Sky right on release, and I was a bit surprised when there was people, like, absolutely super upset. Because I hadn't paid attention to the promotion and all that of the game. Like, it wasn't on my radar. I was like, oh, it's an interesting space game. Hey, look. This person I know has been playing this. This looks pretty good. Let me go get it. And then, you know, I can't remember what it was that I saw, and there was, like, someone, like, you know, spitting at their screen levels of angry at it, and I was just like, I don't understand. Like, I've been having a good time. What's their problem? You know, and then you see the marketing, you're like, oh, the marketing was definitely promising that, which you didn't get. Yeah, that'll do it. And fair to be pissed off about that. But as far as the game went, yeah, there's a couple of bugs, but I didn't run into anything particularly glaring on that front. For me, the problem with No Man's Sky was more they promised one thing, and what you got wasn't the thing. So, like, I had people who were, like, you know, they're saying, like, oh, No Man's Sky was, like, inexcusably bad when it came out, that it was, like, how dare they, it's such a terrible game. Like, I'm having fun. This is a good game. But it was, again, they were sold on a promise that was not what they actually got in the end. Which is a problem. And very much, people should get refunds and all that when that happens. Okay. So we were at about 1,190 or whatever. But yeah, no, we definitely have games that come out that are in really a roughshod state. That the game comes out, it's basically unplayable for the first month that it comes out. You know, just Crash City, things going down. Especially in, like, the MMO online side of things. The number of those games that have come out and been completely unusable for, like, the first month or two or whatever of their existence is honestly pretty upsetting. Like, you get it when it's like, okay, the latest update has come out for, like, World of Warcraft or whatever, and, you know, the servers are getting hugged to death. I can actually have a lot of respect for that, because that feels like, oh, just spin up more servers. And it's going, that's actually a really involved thing. And it can be done, but, you know, you still have the login servers, you still have the authentication server, you still have these things that handle the load balancing between servers and all these other things that go into it. And you can't just wave your hand and just, like, number of servers go bigger. There's lots of weak points you end up in that process that gotta be dealt with. So when a game blows up way bigger than anticipated, sometimes it's just the way it is. See, if they didn't play one game in the 1990s all day without having to crash the desktop, you haven't had 2020 games crash the desktop even once a month? For me, it's certain games. I found the games that I end up problems with crashing to desktop usually crash to desktop a lot. You know, otherwise I have, like, the extremely rare crash to desktop. I'm hoping I can just, like, sneak by here. This is not going to work. Yeah, it's going to be slightly short. I was hoping I could just sneak by there and not have to do the whole shimmy around kind of thing. This one I should be able to. But, like, you'll have like for example, when what was the name of it? Zombie game, Dead Island 2 came out. They had a problem in the game that with certain video cards, when something tried to put itself over the top of the game, so like an overlay kind of thing, it would just straight up like blue screen your computer, hard crash it. Like it was a problem between the game, like it was just doing something that would anger the video cards. And it was a issue in Dead Island that was causing that problem, and they got it fixed. But it was a problem happening in Dead Island. The issue was, it was one of these ones that was exclusive on the Epic Store when it came out, and every time you got an achievement, it would pop an overlay, and the Epic Store, you cannot turn off the achievement overlay without, like, modifying files and like, basically breaking the overlay. You're not, like, going into config and saying overlay off. You're literally taking away one of the files that needs to write, needs to access to do the overlay, and just having it effectively fail gracefully. And I'm like, I'm sorry. If I have to go in and start messing around with system files or something just to get something to work, I'm out. There are so many games out here, but it was like, literally, I was having a lot of fun with Dead Island 2, and it was just, I would run I'd run the gauntlet. Achievement! You'd hear, like, the achievement sound, you'd see the overlay start popping down, and I'm staring at a blue screen. And I tried to do that for a little while, and then it's just like, I can't do this. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I get it that you had this bug here, that you're crashing or whatever, and that's annoying. But also, the fact that the workaround is pretty, like, not a reasonable ask for most people. Like, I definitely would fall into the power user or more as someone who's done software development and IT in my background. And so I'm capable of doing it, certainly. But also, as a content creator, I see myself as part of my job is to try and accurately represent a product and yada yada yada. And me, like, going in and modifying a whole bunch of system files to just make a game work and be like, oh yeah, this game is great, see, it's not crashing, feels incredibly deceptive. Let's see, Craig says, you can't play Fallout 4 without at least one crash to desktop, regardless of mod. Yeah, there's definitely, like, games, like Kerbal Space Program, anything made by Bethesda, all those kind of stuff, that do have pretty well documented history of being pretty bad from a stability front. You gotta be just about full, right? But yeah, so it's more of like what games you buy on the stability thing. Because there's also some games, like, that is one thing I'll give credit to, a lot of stuff like the Call of Duties and Battlefields. There's certainly to say something about the fact that they pretty much don't change their formula hardly ever. And so they take the same engine and they do improve it and improve it and improve it. You know, we can argue if they improve it or change it enough per iteration or all that, because, you know, certainly I'm not one who plays Call of Duty or those. You know, to me it feels like the same game it's been since I played back in the Modern Warfare days, which is unfair. They have made changes. But at its core, it's kind of the same game. But one of the advantages of that is how often do you run into one of those games that's been using kind of the same structure for all these years, and just the game is super, like, unplayably crashy or whatever. Because it's usually almost never, because they kind of got it figured out and all that. Let's see, Kerbal Space Program is just broken. I'll basically never be Kerbal Space Program 1 or Fallout 4. Yeah, no, that was, yeah, what Kravik's saying is Kerbal Space Program 2. So, when we say it's like a dead project, so they got rid of the team that was working on it, and now it is being supported, but we don't really know what that means. Like, it's saying they're still going to be supported going forward, but the question is, okay, it's being supported going forward, so does that mean they're going to be trying to continue to bring it up to speed with like KSP1, or is it support as in like, hey, if you have a game-breaking bug with some driver, they'll, you know, work on it, or like whatever. But it does look like Kerbal Space Program 2 is probably going to end up being the death knell for, or like the end of the Kerbal franchise. And it's just not, it's never going to potentially live up to what Kerbal Space Program 1 was. That's like right now in my position, if I was shopping, I would just assume whatever Kerbal Space Program 2 is right now, it'll get a layer of polish to like make it a little bit nicer, get like some of the more glaring issues out, and that'll probably be as far as it goes. Whereas for a counter, I would actually argue that over time, most likely City Skylines 2 will eventually, you know, reach a point where it is objectively the better of the two games. I do feel like Colossal Order is doing what they can to try and make it right. That they botched it with that DLC they came out, and they saw like the PR nightmare it became, and now they're trying to save face and trying to do right by the community. Because you think about City Skylines 1, and for the most part, it did pretty well by its community. So it is one of those things that I am hopeful that that'll eventually get there. Now, granted, it might get there after 2-3 years or whatever, but it'll get there eventually. But I would not count on KSP2 being what it really should have been. Oh, yeah, if you're talking about like durability of products, that's also a thing. But a big bunch of that, so like, we can take this to some place I have a little bit more knowledge. So if you look at like, for example, lawn and garden equipment, and you look at like the weed eaters and that from the 80s and 90s, and those things were like made out of cast iron, they could put up with ridiculous amounts of abuse. You could pretty badly mistreat them, like not get your gas mixed correctly and all sorts of stuff, and they would still work. They might not be happy about it, but they were still work. So they're like old, reliable. It's not until you kind of blow up the engine that it is truly dead. Or you just mistreat it so much that it needs more significant repairs than you're willing to give it. But they would last for freaking ever. But what happened wasn't that they made them cheaper. It's that later weed eaters, because of more and more pressure to make them more gas efficient and give them more horsepower and all these sort of things, is they made them far more precise and all that to make them a lot better. But what ended up happening is over time, because of that increased precision, it made it so they were a lot less tolerant of things falling outside their tolerances. So when something got a little bit of a knock to it, that was it was done. Like, that you fell outside the range of what it could facilitate, and it would just stop running. And you'd be like, oh, well, you made a worse product. It's like, well, no, this thing's gas mileage is, or this thing's, like, power is more than twice of what we had before, and its gas efficiency is higher. It's just, we sacrificed one metric for the others, and to an extent, that's what, you know, the market demanded. And that said, I do feel that we generally do have a problem where people make things cheaper and crappier and charge more and all that kind of stuff. That is the thing that is going on. All right. So, we got some stuff sold. We sold our tomatoes early to make that end meet. We don't have anything else to do for this in-game month, so honestly, we're just riding out till sell point. But I would also say, like, where we can have the generalization of, like, products are made cheaper and crappier, there are companies who do go the opposite direction of going, okay, well our whole thing is we stand by our products are better quality and all that. They do exist. Like the premium brands are quite often like that. They're different strategies. Make it cheap, make a lot, make it fast. And then some they're like, all right, well we're not worried about turning around really large volumes of goods. We're just trying to, we charge a higher cost. And there's some that they do charge the premium cost, and then when you actually look at it, they're not better. You're paying for a brand. You got a little bit of kind of all of the above. Like, we'll definitely say there's more cheaper products and more quality products, but I wouldn't say they don't exist anymore, I think like that either. No, I'm not gonna say that. I wouldn't say the ones going for the quality of the majority, but a lot of that is also brought on us by consumers as well. That there's just a lot of goods that the price is everything. Like there's a lot of goods that people, the single most important metric to them is what is the price. We've got a bunch of stores that their entire gimmick is you can buy this good for the absolute cheapest possible. And unfortunately, it does also mean you're typically getting the absolute cheapest product possible. So there's a lot of demand for that. We can even look at like gaming as an example for that whole thing. That there are games that are trying to be like the premium style games, like the high-end games, and a lot of them, they put up the price and it's just dead on arrival because of the price. I'm not talking about like AAA, like, Electronic Arts or whatever, but even in the indie scene, you'll have some of these games that are like these giant scope games that they really kind of nailed the quality. They'd be like, cool, we're gonna charge $55. You're like, nah, man, 55? It's an indie game. You can't charge that much. No one's gonna pay for it. It's like, but it's a good game. And honestly, for a really good game, 50 is probably not unreasonable by, I would say, a lot of people's metrics. But just because it isn't some big name or whatever. Or like when you get into like food, a lot of people buy the budget brands, the store brands, and mostly shirk on the really high-end brands, unless it's something they very specifically have an interest in. The 100% producers will produce what sells. You understand this? You have to remember you live in a country where you deliberately charged more for any and all products purely because those selling those products know you'll pay it. I mean, yeah, there's that whole thing. Sadly here there's so many stores that now have a monopoly on selling basic things. Yeah, that's another issue, is just lack of competition. That happens as well. Yep. There's a reason for me personally. I'm of the minds that like once you as a company control more than like 10% of a market, it doesn't matter. You control 10% of a market or more. You are not allowed to like merge, partner, anything else with anyone else in that same market. Like you've got your 10%. If you want to grow, you got to do it yourself. Because the sheer amount of times where it's like, oh, this will be good for everyone if we merge. Here's a hint. It's only good for the shareholders. I will stand by that I have been in companies who have merged more than 10 times as both the ones being acquired and doing the acquiring. And I can tell you there has been 0 instances it's been good in the long run for the consumers or the employees. Competition's your friend. Well, for consumers and employees, competition's your friend. Okay. So we've got that all filled up. The canola oil is like finished doing its thing. It's about to be payday, which is great. And this time we only sold the tomatoes early and nothing else, so we should have a better payout this year from that end. I did just remember we didn't what we're harvested this year for producing, we did get a 10% penalty because of the lime or whatever. Alright, and we are now at the point that the flour and bread should be on a really good sale. Oh, business line? Oh no, what I was saying, that's not a thing. Like, that's just not a thing at all. Like, there's no restriction saying you cannot buy a business if you own that. I was saying it's my personal opinion that it should be a thing that once you get a certain market share, not a particularly high one, they're just like, nope, no merges. Nope, that'll be a straight up no. Yeah, notice that was me saying I wish that was a thing. You hit a certain threshold and they're like, nope, sorry, you're cut off. Because, like, the number of times you'll have, like, oh, this company controls 45% of the market share, oh, and this company controls 30% of the market share, and they merge, and like, okay, cool, you just create a monopoly. Because now they control so much of, like, the vertical and everything, you're like, well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. They're definitely going to not screw everybody now that they have no one to fear. You can see, oh yeah, no, Steam is absolutely a monopoly. No, there's no question about that. The only reason I give Steam a little bit of a pass is if Steam wanted, they could have raked us over the proverbial coals so many times. And luckily, for whatever reason, they just don't. But yeah, no, Steam is absolutely a monopoly. They control, for like, was it PC gaming? They control some like 85% of the market or something like that. It's some ridiculous amount. But yeah, no, it's absolutely a monopoly. The only difference is like, where so many companies, they start getting that market share, and then just they can't help themselves but just nickel and dime people the entire way because they know what things. Steven's just like, nah. We're making like 30% in every game. We don't need to go higher than this. This is fine. We're extremely lucrative. The Steam used to be really good value in Australia. The usage charge is exactly the same as the US, which made Australians stop buying games off the shelf. Even with our slow... Yeah, no, I know they've had, like, regional pricing. There's a whole lot that goes into that as well. I'm not gonna pretend to know all the details in that one. But, yeah, it's basically the entire PC game market, yep. Yeah, my understanding, though, that's actually a complicated problem. It's not just Steam going, ha ha ha, let's gouge these people. My understanding is there's, like, licensing and all sorts of other crap involved in it, too. Because that's, oh man, what was... It wasn't a law. There was some rule around with the, working with groups like Electronics Art. I can't remember what the agreement was, that the price of the product in store had to be the same price as the digital version as well, or some nonsense like that. I don't know if it's still in a place, but it was a whole thing as to like why a game online costs $70, but when you go and buy the box version of the game, it also costs $70. Yeah. Is it refer to the Australian tax, which is the whole thing will charge Australian more because they'll pay for it? Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Is my understanding it was a publisher agreement thing, so it's not specifically like Steam being like, hey man, we can take the screws to them. So much as like, you know, a bunch of these groups said, hey, no, whatever it costs on the shelf, that's what we have to charge online, kind of thing. And so shipping to Australia, a bunch of these games, they have a fairly large surcharge versus like bulk shipping to Europe and all that. And because of all that, they end up just, you know, you pay more on the shelf and then they reflect the price. I'm not saying that's right, by the way, but where usually when you're talking about monopolies, you're talking about like the awful things they do. In this particular case, I would argue that Valve is beholden, you know, if they want to have groups like Ubisoft or EA or anyone else that's in those agreements. It could even be that just Valve is part of the agreement to begin with, so they've agreed to it as well. Let's see, Steam has a first port call option. You basically have 30 days to match the price. If you sell somewhere else cheaper. What? But yeah, no, I mean, but my argument would still be like you look at other monopolies out there, and generally I feel like one of the reasons why Steam doesn't get a worse rap is just because on the general they don't do that much to like cause drama. They like to just kind of keep their head down and make money. Yeah, not too great. I got you, Cravey. I don't know all the details, but I do know that games are particularly expensive in Australia. I'm aware of that part. But I do understand there's a lot that goes into that. That there's a government policy that goes into that. There's agreements between publishers that goes into that. That it is a whole basket of things. Just making money. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm saying part of the Steam agreement is that you aren't allowed to sell stuff. That doesn't sound right, because I can say for a fact we have like the Nexus store, for example. Like I don't promote it very often. We have the Nexus store. And there's a lot of time that the Nexus store will be cheaper than Steam and will literally give you a Steam key. Like, I definitely know there's lots of places where you can have it where they'll be cheaper. Like, there's lots of games that are on both Epic and Steam. That there will be times that the Epic version is cheaper and there'll be times that the Steam version is cheaper. It might be something like your base price can't be cheaper or some nonsense. But, just like a hard, fast rule. They can give you like 30 days. Gotcha. Yeah, no, and Humble is almost always cheaper than Steam. Well, I shouldn't say almost always. There's definitely sales that are sometimes cheaper on Steam. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some rules around it. But I definitely have seen. I also know there's like, I believe Farm Sim is this way, that if you buy the game directly from them on their website, you get it at a cheaper rate than if you go through Steam. That is actually one of the things that also gets tricky. Is I'm not saying this is one of those cases. You'll actually have lots of stuff that's rumor mill. That people say it's like, oh, that like they're legally required to whatever, that kind of thing. And like then you find out that's baseless. Like the number of ones we have on Twitch, like there's claims that, oh, if you lurk, you get removed from the viewer count after N amount of time. If you have too many tabs up, you don't count, or if you're not active in chat, you don't count. Like there's like a dime a dozen, you know, of those kind of things, and almost all of them are not true. Like, and Twitch has had its own, like, higher up C-level people be like, that's not a thing we do. It's like, are you on the tab? Yes. Like, do you have the tab open? Yes. Is the tab active in your browser? What they mean by that, like, a lot of browsers have a thing where if it's not the tab in focus, it'll sleep the tab, and that's your browser, not Twitch. Then it won't count because effectively it's disconnected from Twitch. But we still have people who pop in and are like, this is absolutely horrible that Twitch does this, how dare they? And it's like, but they're not doing it. It's just not a thing. You've heard Humble Bundle isn't as good as it used to be? I would agree to that. I would definitely argue that the quality of games I've gotten in Humble Bundle lately, there'll still be good games there from time to time, but I definitely get a lot more games that, you know, most people haven't heard of, not particularly interesting or inspiring or whatever. Yeah, how dare they? Yeah, and that happens all the time. I actually kind of feel bad for people who work in, like, support for groups like Twitch and all that. I can only imagine, you know, someone spreads that rumor about, like, oh, Twitch is doing this, and it gets a life of its own. And then for the next 10 years, every once in a while it just crops up, like, you know, comes back from the dead. And you start getting all these angry emails about how dare you do this thing. And then you're like, but we're not doing that. Oh yeah. Oh, to be clear, when I'm talking Humble, I'm talking the Humble Bundle, like Humble Choice has not been as good. Like Humble, where they sit there and be like, it's the game dev package, or it's the textures package, or like here's the sounds package. Those are still really good. But like just their regular like Humble Bundle stuff, I haven't been as impressed lately. Yeah, Sheep saying the same thing. They'll have like the one game that could justify the price, but then a lot of the stuff just feels like filler. Yep, I'd agree. Okay, so you used to have a command when you streamed that whenever someone complained not counting as a viewer, if I mute, that would link to the most recent video from Twitch disputing the claims. Yep. And you will still, to this day, every so often have people come out and like bring it up on Twitter and start shouting about it and be like how awful it is. And then a whole bunch of people start linking the thing. It's like, no, they've told us. And they're like, no, I have, you know, like irrefutable evidence. It's definitely a thing. And then you push them and then they're like, either they do some screenshots, see like my viewership dropped when I had a loud noise. Like, that's not from people muting, man. That you had a loud noise, and a whole bunch of people were half asleep, turned off the stream because they wanted to go to bed. That wasn't muting. They turned off your stream, man. But I also work tech support enough to know that the majority of people are dumb when it comes to using computers. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was, like, genuinely working in IT. Because I used to be a assistant network administrator was my title, but as the assistant to no one, I was just the network admin and just didn't get the title because it was a really crappy company. But you'd have people call in with like different issues and it'd be like, my computer won't turn on. I'm like, all right, like I know that you're smart enough to like know what needs to be plugged in and all that, but despite that, I do need you to sit there and look at your computer. Is it plugged in? And I don't want you to just be like, yes. I want you to physically look down there, grab that cable. Is it in there? Cool. Is it in your computer side? Cool. If it's in a power strip, is the power strip plugged in? Cool. Is the power strip turned on? And I can't tell you how many times, it's probably like 8 out of 10 times, the person be like, oh, I'm sorry, or my bad, or then hang up at that point where you could clearly tell they were so embarrassed about it. And then you'd have like the last two who are like, oh yeah, your CPU's toast. Okay. Like whatever the actual problem was. Like it's like, oh yeah, like, okay, this is more than just, you know, the cable's unplugged or something. Like someone spilled a drink in it, you know, some hardware failed, or, you know, power supply burned up, or like whatever the others. But the really fun one is when you're sitting there, it's like, man, I don't understand why this computer's not booting, and you're there, and like the power socket itself had burned out. And you're sitting there trying to figure out, it's like, why? Like, I don't understand. All of this seems fine. And then you realize, like, the outlet itself got fried. The Twitch made their bed on the rumor mill, being a black box with so many issues. Yeah, I will agree that historically Twitch has not had the best track record for transparency. It does feel like they're trying to do better, and there's certainly things that they can't be transparent on, or not that they can't, that they shouldn't. Like, for example, when it comes to how you treat like bot ban waves and all that, that's something you don't share. And there's like really good reasons for that. Because the more information you give on that, the more ammo you give the people writing the bots and malware and all that sort of stuff, the more information you get them to avoid getting detected and all that. There's definitely some stuff you keep close to the chest, but that stuff, like how unclear it is on when it comes to banning people and like false positives and negatives and how they're facilitated and being consistent in their behavior. Yeah, Twitch has problems there that they've got to work on. You know how many times you're called smart by the same teacher who was the only teacher who used this room in like 13 years you're there? The issue is someone would unplug the smart board from the power socket. She would plug the USB in, which would give it enough power to light up the LED of the speaker, but not the power of the speaker. She would call you, you'd ask if it's plugged in. She'd say yes. You walk by and plug it in the power. Oh yeah, that's 13 years of that, multiple times a year. No, it is one of those things. There's also a number of people when you work at IT who think that literally all you do is they just kind of feel like all you do is just cause problems to the computer just to justify your existence or something, or because you got a personal vendetta. And I definitely remember this guy who worked in the engineering department, who was the person who, when something went wrong with his computer, he'd go like that and just stop working, and he'd be like, IT effed up my computer. And you're like, man, I'm not messing with your computer. I'm not touching your computer. I actually said, there's like, here's a deal, man. Like, half the department doesn't want to deal with you because of this attitude. And it's like, I'm just being candid with you. You got a crap attitude. No one wants to deal with you. I'm like the only one who is willing to put that aside and be like, what's your problem? And you know what I do when I have people I don't want to deal with? I want to make sure their crap is running so I don't have to talk to them. I don't want to be over here messing with your computer sitting by here where you're being obnoxious and a jerk to me. I want to be back in my office doing stuff that's definitely related to my job and not me goofing off on the internet. And that kind of thing. And there was a case, they were using SolidWorks Solid Edge, which is, it's a program you use to like design parts and it'll like show like if I put a bunch of pressure here, what happens, that kind of thing. And like we're having a problem, they're like, oh, you know, IT screwed this up. I was like, no, their software's garbage. Like it's amazing what it does, but it's also not reliable. And so I sat there one time with a guy and I'm like, here, I will sit here with you and we will go through it. And so I got on like the support line for Solid Edge, and I must have sat in that poor guy's cubicle for like 4.5 hours. Just with this back and forth before we didn't even get it resolved. They finally put in a ticket saying this is a bug that we know about in our application and we'll work on it eventually. And the whole time he was sitting there with me, and I'm like, I don't want to hear you badmouth me ever again. that, like, I'm not doing what I need to be doing or whatever, because, like, this is what I go through every time we go to deal with it. It's like, and I do it because it's my job, but also get off my butt. Okay, so the price of bread is still good today, and so is the price of flour. Let's grab those. I was going to say, another teacher would call you and ask you to come stand in the doorway because consistently, whenever the problem would resolve itself, the time it took you to walk there. Oh yeah, now it used to be a joke. And I know it's a regular joke in a lot of IT departments, that the computer hears you coming and gets scared. And so the problem goes away. And sometimes you'd swear that's true. Like, you'd even, like, look at the event log and be like, I don't know what to say. I don't see anything here. I believe you that your computer wasn't turning on or whatever thing was happening. But I'm standing here and I'm hitting all the buttons. And I'm not seeing what you were seeing. You actually had that issue at old workplace. Always brought you to tears from frustration. Oh, they were dealing with the computer issue. You'd call IT, and by the time IT got there, it was already resolved. Uh-huh. And the people in IT want to help you as well because they know they're gonna keep getting called to your desk. So they want to, you know, like, they want it to go away because they don't want to be called. Like, I'll be genuine. There is a lot of times in IT we do shenanigans. There is absolute shenanigans happening in IT behind the scenes that everyone else would be out there when we have a quiet day. I can tell you I have had a lot of fun playing StarCraft 2 while, like, doing IT stuff. No, I don't want to be dealing with your computer problem. I'm having fun. You know, trolling around the internet, watching shows or whatever. Absolutely. But it's one of those jobs that, like, you'll have days that you are up to your eyeballs in work. You know, you're replacing a main switch, so, like, you're doing this stuff where you're, like, juggling the network, kind of like branching the network over here while you're trying to take out core hardware to swap it out. You know, you're imaging computers, you're updating a bunch of stuff, you're getting your new image for when, like, all the new computers come in, you're decommissioning the computers that you pulled off the floor a little while ago. You know, you have where, like, all the new computers are coming in, and you're going from, like, person's desk to person's desk and doing that. And so you kind of have these phases in IT where you are, like, non-stop go, no breaks. And then you have these other times where it's like, everyone's busy doing major projects, so you're not to touch anything. Like, right now it's like that heads down deadline mode in the office. You don't touch anything. This is not the time to swap out computers. If something's not broke, you leave it alone. Because this is the time the company needs to make its money. And so those weeks end up being extremely slow unless there's, like, major failures, which hopefully don't happen. So during that time, you just kind of, you know, it's like, what are you doing? It's like, I am just watching for fires. And how are you doing that? I am sitting here, my phone is on, my email is open, and I am doing something entirely non-productive otherwise. Let's see, in 2 days, you officially been an permanent employee for your job for a whole year. So much better. You did almost a year of contractor work this company before going permanent role? Yeah. Yeah, and I say I'm over the 9 hours. I just want to finish the sale to see what we're at money-wise. We're not going to buy anything right this second. That'll be the next stream we have of the game. But, it's payday. I like see big number get bigger. I can't remember canola's... When is canola's sale? When do I sell canola oil? Canola sale is right the heck now because I've actually missed when it was max. And it's just gonna drop faster and faster. And I don't want to wait a whole year to sell it. Like, if it was a huge volume of canola oil, I would wait. But it's not that big a volume of canola oil. Yeah, no, that's there's a lot of things that you're afforded as a full-time employee. I loved all the times I've worked, and so I was like, no, you don't understand. Like, you don't want to be a full-time employee with all these obligations. Like, yes, I do. I want those benefits. I want that health insurance. I want that life insurance. I want that dental and optical. I want paid time off. You know, in some contract roles you get some of that, but a lot of them you don't. It's like, sure, I'm making an extra 10, 15, 20% doing the contract work or whatever it is. You know what? Those benefits I'm not getting are worth a heck of a lot more than the extra money you're giving me. Alright, and then I just need to pop in. I just realized I didn't grab anything from the greenhouse today, so we'll grab the stuff in the greenhouse today. We're doing our giant sale, so that's really good stuff. Yeah, no, I've done contract work. The other problem with contract work is depending on who you're contracting with. Like, it's one when you have like a nice reoccurring contract, where it's basically you're kind of operating as an employee. It's just you don't have a lot of the protections that employees actually get. And there's not like all the paperwork and baggage over it. So like they use it as a way of kind of cutting costs for the staffing and all that. But there's a lot of times that some of the more lucrative contracts so far as like the pay rates are temporary ones. You're going to do that. And then when the contract's done, you're out. And so it was always one of those things that on one hand, I liked working those roles because usually I get like 1.5 my normal rate in those jobs, which is really nice. And that does actually make the difference for a lot of the benefits because you can just pay for the benefits with that money. But you'd have that job, you work 3 months, and then you're out of a job. And then you work the next one, you work 4 months, and you're out of a job. Because like, project's done. Bye. And a lot of them would reach back to you 8 months later and be like, hey, we got a new project. Do you want to do it? It's like, sorry, I'm in another one. They paying me more. I did not like being in that situation. Because it's also those things that was notorious for. You'd have like 8 or 9 companies reaching out trying to hire you at one point, and you couldn't accept them all. And then you'd have another time where there's literally no one reaching out, just because of like they're the major project seasons over here, and then a bunch of people kind of waver on that. I definitely preferred, you know, having a legitimate. When I say legitimate, having a steady salary that I knew for a fact I was going to be paid, you know, if they didn't take advantage of my time well, they didn't use my time well, that was a them problem. But I was going to get paid regardless. And don't get me wrong, I always tried to be productive and all that. I always tried to deliver not only what I agreed to, but I always tried to like what's the word? Not overcommit. I would commit to what I was willing to do, and I would often exceed what I had committed to. With your trip to UK technically would be working trip. You just take your laptop to work whenever you have internet connection. Would be a nicer trip knowing I could work for a week here and there. Go several months without having to have all that money saved in advance. Yeah. Under promise, over deliver. Yep. And it's not that it would be like way under thing. It's one of those things that you learn once you've done a lot of projects over time. You realize if you promise exactly what you feel like you're capable of doing, all you're going to do is disappoint. Because the reality is you're always going to run into unexpected things. You're going to have someone you were depending on to deliver on time will deliver late. You're going to have like, you know, some family issue come up that costs you a couple days of work. There's going to be something in the office that causes, you know, some work to be lost or interruptions. Your boss is going to decide to have a bunch of team building events that suddenly start cutting into your schedule and all these other things. So you kind of almost, when you're doing your planning, going, how much time does this take? You kind of pad that number out, because the reality is that padded out amount is probably the actual amount. And you start to get a pretty good feel for going, okay, I feel like I can knock this out in 10 days. But with the reality of what being in this office is, it's probably 13 or 14 days. That, like, if everything goes the way it's supposed to go, it's 10, but it never does. And so you get comfortable with, like, making your estimates on time to kind of factor in the fact that you cannot factor in everything. And you'll have times that everything goes swimmingly and you deliver well ahead of schedule. But at least then you're never, like, not never, but at least then it's far less frequent you're delivering well after your promise. And then having to, you know, do a whole lot to try and save face. And then plus on top of that, your boss probably wants you to give them when to actually expect it, because there's a lot of time you're going to be roping in customers and all that other stuff. You know, and hopefully if they're well managed, they won't just be like, oh, you said you're going to probably be able to have this in a week? Okay, we're just going to promise it in a week. Like, hopefully they don't do the same thing. But yeah. Let's see what it says. While working on a script at work, I was asked if I could add this that was tangentially related. You literally just said, I will research and see. Yeah. But it is one of those things that it's a really good skill to have in your tool belt, is to kind of be able to get pretty good at estimating for the unexpected. And there's always a fuzziness. You're not always going to get it right, because that's the whole idea about the unexpected, is it's unexpected. And you're not always going to guess it right. But you'll start getting kind of the feel for, like, okay, I need to pad on my time 20, 30, whatever percent. And it's kind of the conditions you're working in is what the appropriate amount is. Like, really badly organized offices that just don't have their stuff together, yeah, you're going to pad that time out a whole heck of a lot, because there's going to be all sorts of disasters. Alright, so I'm going to advance the day, because we sold everything, and we have $200,000 in the bank when we were basically broke. I would say that oil is paying for itself in a big way, considering we were losing 10-15% on what we should have gotten for bread and all that, because I forgot to, like, I didn't have enough Might of Lime. And then on top of that, we also sold the canola oil at less than what I should have. So we had multiple places where we could have gotten way more money than we did, and we still made $200,000. So that's those things. So with that, what's going to end up happening here is, don't go anywhere. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. As a reminder, I do stream 6 days a week from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST every day but Thursdays. And if you're ever trying to figure out what's going on with the schedule, want to, catch up with the community, see what's going on, the place to do that is Discord. I do my announcements all there, and if you wanted to have it here on Twitch, that is unfortunate, because Twitch does not offer that functionality. We have a calendar, and that's about as good as we can do, but I can't announce saying, hey, this stream might be late, we might be doing something else, I'm going to do something special in that stream, this whatever. There's not really good ways to surface that here on Twitch, so it all happens on Discord. I know we're all in a billion Discords, but look, man, until Twitch puts it here, this is what we're dealing with. But with that said, what I'm going to head and do is put up my ending stream screen. We're going to go find someone for us to raid. If you're watching on YouTube or TikTok, the stream will abruptly end because raiding's not a thing over there. For those watching over here on Twitch, just hang out for just a minute. We got tons and tons of people I know who make good content, and all we got to do is figure out which one we're going to be saying hello to today.